The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 19, 2021. I hereby appoint the Honorable Debbie Dingell to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 4th, 2021, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chairman recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, as a son of a civil engineer, I was raised with an understanding of the value of infrastructure that serves people and benefits communities. My commitment to infrastructure has spanned decades. As a young man, I put shovel to the road for the construction of highways and bridges. And now, today, I advocate for infrastructure improvements in Congress. As we know all too well in rural Pennsylvania, infrastructure has real-life consequences for communities. At its core, improving roads, bridges, and other key infrastructure should be a common-sense, bipartisan priority. Failing infrastructure does not discriminate. A broken bridge can harm Democrats just as it can harm Republicans. Unfortunately, the so-called infrastructure reform put forth by President Biden fails to take seriously the challenges that we are currently facing in Pennsylvania and around the entire country. In the rural district that I represent, we know the importance of true infrastructure. We need to make our roadways and bridges safer. We need to improve our transportation systems, and we desperately need to deploy reliable internet to those lacking access to broadband. This is what true infrastructure is. But unfortunately, that's not the Biden plan. Let's look at the facts. In President Biden's infrastructure plan, less than 6% would go to roads and bridges. Less than 2% would go to waterways, locks, dams, ports, and airports. And less than 5%, unfortunately, would go to broadband. With $600 billion devoted to the Green New Deal, this has never been about infrastructure. In Pennsylvania, the extreme policies championed in the Biden plan will crush our vital manufacturing and energy industries. This plan prioritizes the progressive agenda over the needs of the American workers and small businesses. In the name of infrastructure, Democrats want to kill jobs, raise taxes, burden families, and stunt our recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, I ask a very simple question. Is it worth it? As we seek to define infrastructure and consider improvements to our nation's fundamental infrastructure needs, I urge all of my colleagues to dispense with the political games. We need roads. We need bridges. We need reliable internet. We do not need the Green New Deal. Stop calling this infrastructure. Stop hiding progressive policies in Trojan horses. Stop trying to trick the American people. While I stand ready to work with the President and House Democrats on what is true infrastructure reform, this plan is further evidence that the Biden-Harris administration are more happy to push their radical agenda at the expense of hard-working Americans. Instead of propelling these radical policies, this could be a good faith opportunity to deliver results for the American people. If we work together, we can get this job done. From deploying rural broadband to sustaining our basic roads, we must bridge this divide. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Roser, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of one of the great voices for American agriculture here in our nation's capital, Stephen L. Copperrood. His death this past year was sudden and a shock to all of us who knew him. Steve was always the same from the first day I met him almost 25 years ago until the last time we talked. He was a great friend, one whom you could trust to shoot you straight. As are so many in the agriculture arena, he was a down-to-earth, great guy. The type you could pick up a conversation with as though you had just talked yesterday, when in fact, it could have been a year or more. The type who would always be there for you. And if it was a policy question, he always had the facts. He believed in his work, and he was passionate about it. After growing up in Minneapolis and attending the University of Minnesota, Steve started his career in journalism, writing for the Minneapolis Star-Tribune and the San Diego Union-Tribune. He eventually became the Washington bureau chief for Feedstuffs, which further introduced him to the world of agriculture. From there, he launched a long, distinguished career in advocacy, lobbying on all things animal, everything from food, livestock, poultry, trade, and animal welfare to biotech, among countless other agriculture issues. He was a founder of the Animal Alliance Association and eventually started his own firm to represent clients across the nation's agriculture sector. Steve played an instrumental role in the passage of every farm bill during the past 35 years, from his first in 1985 to his last in 2018. He could always be found in the halls of Congress, the White House, or USDA, making the case for common sense agriculture policies critical to our producers and American consumers. And by the fortuitous nature of events early on in his career, he became a key voice with great expertise in the animal welfare policy arena. Steve leaves behind his wife, Judith, of more than 45 years, and many, many friends. The contributions he made to agriculture were numerous, leaving a great legacy of advocacy that has benefited American producers and has helped to feed the world. His was a life very well lived, and American agriculture is that much better because of Steve Copperrood, and so is our country. Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay particular tribute to an individual who has been an institution in the Cape Fear region for decades, my friend and former colleague in the state legislature, Carolyn Justice. Carolyn served 5 terms in the North Carolina House of Representatives, representing New Hanover and Pender counties. Before her service in the state legislature, she served on Pender County's Board of Commissioners. She has also served as a trustee of New Hanover Regional Medical Center, Pender Memorial Hospital, and as chair of the Lower Cape Fear River Program. Now, I got to know Carolyn while serving in the state Senate. She was a co-chair of the State House Appropriations Subcommittee on Agriculture and Natural and Economic Resources, while I was co-chair of the Senate Appropriations Subcommittee. So we got to know each other quite well as we went line by line of the state budget, making cuts to the programs under our purview. Because you see, the economic collapse of 2008 and 2009 had left the state budget in shambles, and it was our job to help balance it. These were not easy decisions, but with Carolyn as a key partner, we made the budget numbers work while doing our best to fund the programs of most value to the citizens of the state. Through her service and kindness to others, Carolyn Justice continues to leave an indelible mark on southeastern North Carolina. This is why it's so fitting that she was recently named by the Wilmington Star News in March which was Women's History Month 2021, as one of 106 women who have made the Port City area a better place. I don't know of anyone who stands stronger for the Cape Fear region and the causes in which she believes. This is a well-deserved honor for a very distinguished public servant and my great friend and colleague. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Comic, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the service, sacrifice, and recent nomination of one of my constituents, Rear Admiral Michael E. Boyle. Admiral Boyle has served as Director of Maritime Operations for the U.S. Pacific Fleet since June of 2020. Admiral Boyle was designated a naval aviator in January of 1990. In his 30 years of dedicated service, since he has held numerous positions throughout the United States Naval Command, whether it was operational tours like aboard the USS Forrestal in support of Operation Provide Comfort in northern Iraq, or aboard the USS Saratoga in support of Operation Provide Promise in Bosnia, Admiral Boyle has shown what leadership, fortitude, and duty look like in the United States Navy. I commend the Secretary of Defense, General Lloyd Austin, for his nomination of Rear Admiral Boyle to the rank of 2-star flag officer, Rear Admiral, in the United States Navy. His work in keeping our nation safe and securing American interests abroad have not gone unnoticed. I want to personally thank Rear Admiral Michael Boyle for his service to this country and his steadfast duty in defense of our Constitution. Congratulations, Admiral. Semper Fortis. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the distinguished service of Assistant Chief of Police John Jock of the Orange Park Police Department. Over the past 25 years, Assistant Chief Jock has worked under 3 police chiefs, 4 town managers, and has become a valued member of the force in our community. Starting as a patrol officer for the OPPD back in 1996, he has earned promotions 3 times, achieving the rank of Assistant Police Chief and even receiving his master's degree in the process. He graduated from the FDLE Florida Leadership Academy in 2011 and served on the Clay County SWAT team for over a decade. Mr. Jock has been on the front lines of law enforcement for a quarter century, and in that time has investigated and solved criminal cases, provided disaster training and communication, and has been a valued community leader. As a citizen of Orange Park for the last 22 years, Assistant Chief Jock entered retirement earlier this month after 25 years of service. As the wife of a fellow SWAT team member, I want to wish him and his family a happy, safe, and productive retirement. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor and celebrate the life and service of Captain Mark Elam of the Putnam County Department of Corrections. Captain Elam served in the Putnam County Sheriff's Office for nearly 20 years, and in that time proved himself to be a hard-working servant. Before joining the Sheriff's Office, Mark served 4 years in the United States Marine Corps, but the role that he excelled at most was as a family man. He was a devoted husband to his wife, Lucretia, for 15 years, and a father to 2 children. Before Captain Elam's death last week, Mark and his wife were in the process of adopting a group of 5 siblings. He had a servant's heart and so much compassion to give. His loss leaves a hole in the Putnam County law enforcement community, but his memory will live on in the work and good deeds he did in life. I want to extend my condolences to his wife, children, and the entire Putnam County Sheriff's Office in their enormous loss. God bless Captain Elam and his family. We've got the watch. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor and remember Gilchrist County Sheriff Sergeant Noel Ramirez and Deputy Taylor Lindsay, who were both gunned down in the line of duty 3 years ago today. On April 19th, 2018, Sergeant Ramirez and Deputy Lindsay were eating lunch at a restaurant in Trenton, Florida, when a coward fired through a window and killed both officers in the line of duty. That man, whose name does not deserve to be mentioned, killed those two officers, consumed by a radical hate for law enforcement. That same hate for law enforcement that we saw then, I continue to see today. Now more than ever, we need to publicly and boldly support our law enforcement officers. Noel and Taylor's deaths remind us of the constant vigilance that an officer needs to have in order to return home safely to their families every night. Being an LEO is a difficult and often thankless job. Well, I want to take a moment to thank Sergeant Ramirez and Deputy Lindsay for their service and sacrifice to our community. We honor their legacy by continuing to say their names and remember their sacrifice and love for our hometown. I pledge to always have our brothers and sisters in uniforms 6. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by our chaplain, Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God, our shepherd, you have entrusted us with the responsibility to tend your sheep, to feed them and watch over them. May we be worthy of this mantle of awesome responsibility and live wholeheartedly into this task. May nothing we do be done simply out of obligation, but having received your tender mercies in our own lives, may we be eager to serve you and those whom you have commended to our care. And if we lose sight of your claim on our lives and waver in our duties, call us to examine the multitude of instances where you have showered your grace upon us. How then can we help but be so transformed that we would want nothing else but to give of ourselves from the depths of our souls? May we then be examples of what it means to serve you. May we live lives of kindness and humility, not lifting ourselves up, but waiting with patience for the moment when, in the fullness of time, you reveal the purpose for all our efforts and energies in your gracious plan. In the meantime, we cast ourselves, our anxieties, our best intentions, our most fervent hopes on you, in sure and certain hope of your steadfast love for us. It is in the strength of your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Nevada, Congresswoman Titus. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Thank you.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise because of the double standards in this chamber. Once again this weekend, we saw a member of the majority openly call for more confrontation in a Minneapolis suburb. That very night, there was a drive-by shooting that in that community where police and the National Guardsmen were targeted. If this were reversed, if this was said by a Republican, you know, Madam Speaker, that the majority in this chamber would move to strip that representative of their committees and possibly move to expel them from Congress. We've actually seen this before. If that was President Trump, and he said that on January 6th was inciting a riot, do the words "get more confrontational"? What do those words mean? Are those not the words of someone that someone would use if they wanted to incite more violence or insurrection? If the majority cares about this institution, if the majority cares about our nation, they need to get their own house in order and tamp down on the vile rhetoric.
The gentlelady's
And I
time has
yield
expired.
back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Lori Ford Merker for all the work she has done to improve the lives of Georgia's blueberry farmers. Lori has made outstanding contributions to the blueberry industry for 3 decades. Born and raised in southeastern Michigan, Lori graduated from Michigan State University and has spent her entire adult life improving the agriculture sector. For the past 32 years, Lori has worked with the Michigan Blueberry Growers Association, who represents 250 growers in 8 states and British Columbia. She has also been involved in advocacy at the state and national levels to promote an understanding of the labor and environmental challenges facing farmers. Throughout her career, she has accumulated a long list of awards and accomplishments, including the North American Blueberry Council's Alex Weatherby Award for her outstanding contributions to the promotion and marketing of blueberries. I want to thank Lori for all the work she has done for Georgia blueberry growers and for growers across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I rise in honor of the great Burnell
With that,
Trent.
does the gentleman ask for recognition?
I'd ask permission to speak for 1 minute.
All right, without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in honor of the great Burnell Trannell of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who owned Expression's Journal, which was located on 915 East Rice Street. Bernard Trannell was an avid reader, a very religious man who liked people. He graduated from Lincoln High School in Milwaukee. Last July 23rd, he was shot dead carrying a sign for Donald Trump. I would like to ask the city of Milwaukee to dial up the investigation for the murder of Bernell Trannell. I believe it is a shame in Milwaukee that when someone, one of the few people, stands up and announces by a sign that he's voting for Donald Trump, that he would be shot dead. He was an iconoclast. He was a very spiritual man, dabbling in different religions. He was all over the political spectrum as far as the people he endorsed. But while he was carrying a Donald Trump sign, he was shot down last July 23rd, and I beg the city of Milwaukee to do something about this horrible crime. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to H.R. 1996, the marijuana banking bill. This legislation is about legitimizing and bankrolling the marijuana industry and making legalization inevitable. It's sad that the House is voting on this bill during a time when our country is seeing increases in addiction, depression, and suicide. Rather than helping victims of despair, we're enhancing the financial benefits for those peddling and profiting off the sale of marijuana. We're not even directly debating our drug laws. No, we're cowardly debating if we should reward states that are undermining the rule of law. Despite what the swamp says, we don't need recreational marijuana. As recently as 2016, the DEA determined that marijuana should remain a Schedule I substance. I don't care what the lobbyists or the talking heads for the marijuana industry like John Boehner say. I care about keeping dangerous substances away from our children and standing for the values I was elected to fight for. The last thing our country needs is our help facilitating the profitability of addictive, behavior-altering recreational drug use. I oppose the bill, and I urge every member to do the same.
Gentleman yields back.
Thank you.
Pursuant to Clause 4 of Rule 1, the following enrolled bills were signed by the Speaker on Friday, April 16, 2021.
Senate 164, Senate 415, Senate 578.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair. The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 490.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 490, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to improve morale within the Department of Homeland Security workforce by conferring new responsibilities to the Chief Human Capital Officer, establishing an Employee Engagement Steering Committee, requiring action plans, and authorizing an annual employee award program, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 490, the DHS Morale Act, and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every day, the Department of Homeland Security workforce carries out an array of critical missions, from screening travelers to securing cyberspace to responding to disasters. The 240,000 men and women who make up this workforce should feel appreciated not only by the American people, but also by DHS. Unfortunately, that does not seem to be the case. The Office of Personnel Management has found that DHS employees are consistently less satisfied with their jobs compared to the average federal employee. And since 2005, DHS's own employees ranked the department dead last among large federal departments in the annual Best Places to Work in the Federal Government Survey. Scratching below the surface, the Best Places to Work survey found that DHS's workforce is the most dissatisfied when it comes to training, teamwork, work-life balance, and support for diversity. In response to the concerns expressed by the workforce, Chairman Thompson introduced the DHS Morale Act to require DHS to create and implement policies related to leadership development, employee engagement, career progression, and employee recognition. Specifically, H.R. 490 requires the department to prioritize career development opportunities and leadership development opportunities for DHS employees. Additionally, it would require DHS to, 1, establish an employee engagement steering committee comprised of employees from across the department to better identify the causes of low morale and what initiatives are working to improve it, an annual employee award program to recognize those in the DHS workforce who go above and beyond in their work to protect the homeland. Identical versions of this measure have been approved by the House in prior Congresses. This Congress, a new provision was added to the bill to respond to recommendations issued last month by the Government Accountability Office regarding morale challenges at the department. The provision directs DHS's Chief Human Capital Officer to review and approve DHS component agency plans to ensure they include initiatives to address the root causes of low morale and performance metrics for measuring implementation of those initiatives. Enactment of H.R. 490 will help put DHS on a path toward fixing the longstanding morale problems at DHS. With that, Madam Speaker, I urge the passage of H.R. 490 and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 90, the Department of Homeland Security Morale Act of 2021. This legislation, sponsored by Chairman Thompson, will empower the department's Chief Human Capital Officer to improve leadership development, employee engagement, and morale of the department, which consistently ranks near the bottom of all federal departments. This bill will support the department's most important asset, the many dedicated security professionals that work diligently to better protect our nation. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 490, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from New York closes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I urge members to support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. H.R. 490 would improve morale among the department's 240,000 employees. That is why it has the support of unions representing DHS employees, the National Border Patrol Council, National Treasury Employers Union, and the American Federation of Government Employees. Enactment of H.R. 490 will also force DHS to examine the root causes of the longstanding morale problems and develop responsive approaches to move the department forward in a positive direction. With that, Madam Speaker, I ask for my colleagues' support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 490? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Madam Speaker,
Gentleman is recognized.
I request a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 473.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 473, a bill to require a review of Department of Homeland Security trusted traveler programs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to support H.R. 473, the Trusted Traveler Reconsideration and Restoration Act of 2021. Before the pandemic, millions of travelers participated in DHS's Trusted Traveler programs like TSA's PreCheck, CBP's Global Entry, Nexus, Sentry, and FAST programs to get them where they need to go a little faster. These are win-win programs where DHS moves vetted goods and people in an expeditious manner, thereby freeing up screening resources to focus on higher-risk travelers. Given the benefits of these programs, it is troubling to hear about people being unable to enroll in one of these programs despite meeting all the security requirements needed to participate. We all have an interest in ensuring that the vetting for these programs is thorough, and where there are identifying matching errors or other issues that may result in a qualified applicant being wrongly rejected, the issues get addressed in a timely way. To ensure these programs are operating effectively and consistently, H.R. 473 directs the Government Accountability Office to review DHS's trusted traveler programs. GAO's study will provide important insight into the department's identity matching process and the redress options available to those who are improperly rejected. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 473, the Trusted Traveler Reconsideration and Restoration Act of 2021. This bill, sponsored by Ranking Member John Katko and co-sponsored by Chairwoman Watson Coleman and Slotkin, seeks to ensure the rights of travelers who have erroneously had their trusted traveler status revoked. From CBP's Global Entry and Nexus to TSA's PreCheck program, the Department of Homeland Security's trusted traveler programs are critical to the safe and secure free movement of people. However, there are instances in which individuals are mistaken for people with the same or similar name who otherwise find themselves in a position where they lose their trusted traveler status based on a database error. For those unfortunate persons, the process of getting their trusted traveler status reinstated by DHS involves timely, cumbersome, and confusing bureaucratic hurdles, often among several federal agencies. In these instances, travelers lose valuable time off of their trusted traveler enrollment period, even though they spend hard-earned money to apply. H.R. 473 seeks to bring relief to the traveling public who are in need of having their trusted traveler reinstated. The bill requires a comprehensive review by the Government Accountability Office on the existing DHS processes related to trusted traveler programs and how department can improve individuals' access to having their trusted traveler status reinstated when it has been revoked in error. Additionally, H.R. 473 directs the Secretary of Homeland Security to extend an individual's enrollment in a trusted traveler program by a period commensurate with the amount of time they lost in their enrollment due to an error. I thank Ranking Member Katko for his leadership on this bipartisan bill and for Chairman Thompson's commitment to bring it to the floor today. I urge all my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from New York closes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I urge members to support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Department of Homeland Security's Trusted Traveler programs are important tools in the department's toolbox to screen people efficiently and concentrate its resources on high-risk travelers. It is critical that the department's processes to vet enrollees be fair, consistent, and based on accurate information. The GAO assessment directed by this bill will help drive DHS to work toward those ends. I thank my colleague from New York, Mr. Katko, for introducing this bill and urge its passage. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 473? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 370.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 370, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to make technical corrections to the requirement that the Secretary of Homeland Security submit quadrennial Homeland Security reviews and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 370, the Quadrennial Homeland Security Review Technical Corrections Act, and yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since 2007, the Department of Homeland Security has been required to produce a quadrennial review of the sprawling federal department to help chart its course for the future. To date, DHS has issued 2 quadrennial Homeland Security reviews, or QHSRs. The third review, which was due by December 31st, 2017, was never released by the Trump administration. Congress mandated that DHS, like the Defense Department, undertake a bottom-up review every 4 years in recognition of the fact that it has a vital, complex, and ever-expanding set of missions that needed to be assessed in regular intervals to help DHS stay ahead of the constantly evolving threats facing our country. With the deadline for the 4th QHSR fast approaching, the gentle lady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson-Coleman, we introduced this bill to ensure that deficiencies that the Government Accountability Office identified in prior reviews are fully addressed. In 2016, GAO issued a report that identified several weaknesses in how the department developed the first 2 QHSRs. GAO, for example, expressed concerns about the degree to which the department retained documentation to explain its findings and emphasized that documentation of the review process is essential to ensuring the repeatability of the review process. Importantly, H.R. 370 requires that DHS retain and, when requested, provide to Congress certain documentation related to each QHSR. It also addresses weaknesses that GAO identified with respect to consultation with Homeland Security stakeholders and directs robust consultation with state and local governments, academic institutions, and other stakeholders. Finally, HR 370 requires DHS to undertake and document a risk analysis to inform its policies positions, a critical feature that was lacking in prior reviews. With that, I urge the passage of HR 370, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 370, the Quadrennial Homeland Security Review Technical Corrections Act. This legislation makes important improvements to the Quadrennial Homeland Security Review. This bill has strong bipartisan support from the committee. Therefore, I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 370, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from New York closes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I urge members to support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. DHS is a sprawling $50 billion federal agency with a diverse array of mission sets. As such, it is critical that every 4 years, DHS carry out a rigorous bottom-up, risk-informed review of the entire department that reflects robust engagement with Homeland Security partners to produce a QHSR that can drive the department's strategic vision for years to come. Enactment of H.R. 370 will help ensure that happens and that in the years ahead, DHS better aligns its budgets and programs with its ever-expanding missions. An identical version of this measure passed the House last Congress by a vote of 415 to 0. With that, Madam Speaker, I urge the passage of H.R. 370 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 370? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Madam Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 367.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 367, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to establish an acquisition professional career program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 367, the Homeland Security Acquisition Professional Career Program Act, and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection. Well.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. H.R. 367 authorizes the Department of Homeland Security's Acquisition Professional Career Program, which since 2008 has been credited with helping DHS onboard over 300 new hires into its acquisition workforce. At DHS, acquisition professionals, such as contract specialists, are responsible for spending billions of dollars each year on the goods and services needed for the department to carry out its missions. They acquire everything from disaster relief supplies for FEMA to Coast Guard cutters and software designed to protect federal government networks from cyber threats. Unfortunately, when it comes to hiring and retaining acquisitions professions, DHS has experienced chronic staffing shortages that in the view of the Government Accountability Office, create a persistent challenge for DHS that can negatively affect the ability of DHS to acquire vital capabilities on time and on budget. H.R. 367 seeks to address this challenge by codifying DHS's rigorous development program in which participants are provided with acquisition training, mentorship, department-wide rotations, and other career development opportunities. Enactment of this measure will help DHS maintain a pipeline for its acquisition workforce to directly support the department's frontline officers and provide them with the tools that they need. A prior version of this bill passed the House by a voice vote last September, on a bipartisan basis. With that, I urge my colleagues to once again support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 367, the Homeland Security Acquisition Professional Career Program Act. This legislation will help create a pipeline for the Department of Homeland Security to better recruit talented acquisition professionals. This critical program is an important step to making DHS more agile and efficient in its role of protecting our nation. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 367, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from New York closes.
Reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I urge members to support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Nevada for her leadership on this bill. Americans look to DHS to respond after a disaster, prevent terrorism, and protect cyberspace. And within DHS, its leaders at every level of the organization look to the acquisition workforce to ensure that the department has the tools needed to get the job done. Since 2008, DHS's Acquisition Professional Career Program has created a vital pipeline for the department to hire acquisitions professions who develop their knowledge and skills in-house at DHS. Enactment of H.R. 367 would ensure that DHS is able to continue to run this successful program, which the department has come to rely on to help address chronic staffing shortages within its acquisition workforce. With that, and I want to thank the gentlelady, Congresswoman Titus from Nevada, who's presently presiding over the House. But we commend you for your leadership on H.R. 367. And with that, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 367, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 367? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Madam Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Purposes, the gentleman from New York seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 408.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 408, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to establish a mentor-protege program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 408, the Department of Homeland Security Mentor-Protege Program Act of 2021. Since the earliest days of the Department of Homeland Security, it has operated a mentor-protege program to encourage large businesses to help small businesses build their capacity to compete for government contracts. However, this important program was never codified in law. H.R. 408 not only authorizes the existing program, but improves it. Small businesses, including women, veteran, and minority-owned firms, are the backbone of our economy. But far too often, complex federal contracting requirements shut them out of the federal marketplace. Building and sustaining a reliable pool of small business vendors is critical to ensuring that DHS's ever-evolving contracting needs are met and America's security is enhanced. H.R. 408 seeks to build and sustain this pool by incentivizing large businesses to provide technical, managerial, and financial assistance and subcontracting opportunities to small businesses. The bill requires participating businesses to commit to a mentor-protege relationship for 3 years to help establish long-term relationships between large and small contractors. Additionally, to ensure that Congress can monitor the effectiveness of the program in an ongoing way, it requires DHS to annually report on program participation and the benefits conferred upon small businesses. Enactment of H.R. 408 will ensure the continued and lasting success of the Mentor-Protege Program, a vital small business development program. It should also be noted that this bill passed the House unanimously during the 116th Congress. With that, I urge my colleagues to once again support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 408, the Department of Homeland Security Mentor-Protege Program Act of 2021. This legislation will help the department better improve its contracting with small and disadvantaged firms. In doing so, the department will become stronger and more diverse. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 408, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from New York closes.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I urge members to support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Formally authorizing the Department of Homeland Security's Mentor-Protege Program will ensure the continued success of this important small business program. John Crosby, the famous conductor, once said, quote, "A mentor is a brain to pick, an ear to listen, and a push in the right direction." DHS is to be commended for recognizing that there are small businesses with novel technologies that want to help keep America secure but may lack experience in the federal marketplace and need a mentor to give them a push in the right direction. I thank the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. McEachin, for introducing this bill to help grow partnerships between small businesses and DHS. With that, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 408, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 408? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Madam Speaker,
For what purposes, the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. What purposes the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 397 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 397, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to establish chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear intelligence and information sharing functions, the Office of Intelligence and Analysis of the Department of Homeland Security, and to require dissemination of information analyzed by the department to entities with responsibilities relating to Homeland Security and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, each will control 20 minutes. Excuse me. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 397, the Chemical, Biological, Radiological, and Nuclear Intelligence and Information Act of 2021, and yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This past year, we have witnessed a global pandemic dominate nearly every aspect of American life and claim the lives of over 500,000 people. As it tore through our communities, it also brought into stark focus hard truths about inequities in our healthcare system, the reliability of our PPE pipeline, the need for better information sharing between the federal government and state and local and private sector partners. The legislation before us seeks to promote timely sharing of intelligence about chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats, or CBRNE threats. It does so by specifically directing the Department of Homeland Security to analyze CBRNE-related terrorist threats and share threat information with federal, state, and local partners. In the event of an attack of this nature, situational awareness at all levels of government is key. Better situational awareness is also important to help New York City and other DHS grant recipients more efficiently target their grant dollars to address threats. Earlier versions of this bill overwhelmingly passed in the House in the last 3 Congresses, and I urge my colleagues to support the measure once again. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 397, the CBRN Intelligence and Information Sharing Act of 2021. We all know that terrorist groups have long sought to develop capability to attack our nation with chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear materials. H.R. 397 would address this threat by requiring the Office of Intelligence and Analysis within the Department of Homeland Security to support the Homeland Security focused analysis of terrorist capabilities related to chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear materials, as well as threats to the homeland from global infectious diseases. To improve coordination with local law enforcement, H.R. 397 requires the Office of Intelligence and Analysis to share threat information not only with federal entities, but also state, local, tribal, and territorial agencies. I commend my colleague, Mr. Jimenez of Florida, for introducing this important legislation, and I urge all members to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from New York closes.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I urge members to support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, effective prevention and response to terrorism and naturally occurring threats starts with information sharing. At a time when threats are changing at such a rapid pace, H.R. 397 will help to facilitate information sharing to better safeguard the homeland from bad actors. With that, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 397, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 397 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes, gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 396.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 396, a bill to amend the implementing recommendations of the 9/11 Commission Act of 2007 to clarify certain allowable uses of funds for public transportation security assistance grants and establish periods of performance for such grants and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 396, the Transit Security Grant Program Flexibility Act. This legislation, as introduced by my colleague from New York, Mr. Garbarino, seeks to make common sense adjustments to a DHS grant program that helps keep my constituents safe. H.R. 396 requires technical changes to the Transit Security Grant Program to allow grant funding to be used for backfill staffing when associated with security training and give transit authorities more time to expend grant funds on security improvements for public transportation systems or infrastructure. Our transit systems are absolutely vital to daily travel and commerce. According to the U.S. Census figures, 56% of all New Yorkers rely on public transportation. In New York City, over 5 million people depending on our trains and subways on a normal workday. Under the TSGP, New York City's Metropolitan Transit Authority received about $20 million in fiscal year 2020 to protect riders from acts of terrorism and other targeted violence. H.R. 396 is informed by feedback from grantees about challenges with the program over the years and is intended to ensure that the Transit Security Grant Program remains current and that the funding reaches maximum impact. Enactment of this bill will help improve a key DHS grant program and better secure our nation's transportation infrastructure. With that, I urge my House colleagues to support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 396, the Transit Security Grant Program Flexibility Act. Whether it's bus systems, ferries, or passenger rail, the Transit Security Grant Program provides needed funds to transit agencies to protect critical surface transportation infrastructure and the traveling public from acts of terrorism. Unfortunately, we've already witnessed multiple attacks across the globe. The 2005 bombing of the Tube in London, the 2016 metro station bombing in Brussels, the 2017 New York Port Authority bombing. With billions of riders using surface transportation annually and limited security screening, it should come as no surprise that surface transportation has been and continues to be a terror target. As such, we must ensure that first responders and transit agencies have the tools needed to secure our transit system. The Transit Security Grant Program Flexibility Act seeks to address challenges associated with fluctuating periods of performance by codifying the period of performance at 36 months for the majority of eligible projects and extending it to 55 months for vital large-scale capital security projects. This ensures that these major projects can be successfully completed in the allotted time. Additionally, while Transit Security Grant Program awards can be used to provide personnel with essential security training, recipients of awards are not currently permitted to use the grant program funds to pay for backfilling personnel attending such training. This may, in turn, inhibit some transit agencies from sending their staff to vital security training. H.R. 396 will permit Transit Security Grant Program funds to be used for this purpose, consistent with other Homeland Security grant programs. Given the evolving threat landscape and the continued calls from extremist groups for lone wolf attacks to target crowded areas, it is imperative that the Transit Security Grant Program provide flexible solutions for grant recipients in order to protect those soft targets and keep everyday commuters safe. I am proud to continue the great work of former New York members Dan Donovan and Peter King in introducing this important piece of legislation. I urge all members to join me in supporting H.R. 396, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from New York closes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I urge members to support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. New York City has the largest public transit system in the country. New York City has the greatest vulnerability to terrorism, and I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Garbarino, for his leadership in advocating for transportation systems across the country. H.R. 396 is a measure that this country needs. I believe all of us in this body can agree that securing America's transit systems is critical to homeland security, and so too we must invest to make and keep it safe. Enactment of H.R. 396 would bolster the security of what, in the view of my constituents, is about as critical infrastructure gets, and protects these systems and their riders against terrorist attacks and targeted violence. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 396, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 396? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Madam Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period less than 15 minutes. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1532, the Improving FHA Support for Small Dollar Mortgages Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1532, a bill to require a review of the effects of FHA mortgage insurance policies, practices, and products on small dollar mortgage lending and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
When it comes to promoting access to home ownership, much of the focus tends to be on how high housing prices are pricing many borrowers out of home ownership. But the landscape of home ownership opportunities is varied, and for many communities, the lack of access to traditional mortgage financing for small dollar mortgages continues to be a major barrier. Specifically, I'm talking about mortgage financing for homes that are priced at $70,000 or less. For many rural communities, and predominantly communities of color that are struggling to overcome the impacts of the foreclosure crisis, there are lower value homes that would otherwise be ideal home ownership opportunities for first-time home buyers and working class families. But the lack of traditional mortgage financing options acts as a barrier to those opportunities. Data from the Urban Institute shows that these small dollar mortgages are denied by lenders at double the rate compared to larger loans. And this trend cannot be explained away by differences in the creditworthiness of applicants. The bottom line is that lenders don't make as much money originating these smaller loans, so they are less likely to make loans on collateral that don't maximize their profit. The Federal Housing Administration was designed to serve underserved markets and could be instrumental in promoting more small dollar mortgage lending. But the data shows that FHA is actually disproportionately failing to serve this market. So this bill would require the FHA to identify barriers to better serving the small dollar mortgage market and to come up with an actionable plan to reduce those barriers. This bill is desperately needed at a time when mortgage rates are at historic lows and home prices continue to rise. We must support affordable housing options for individual borrowers in their pursuit of the American dream of home ownership. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1532. Some studies suggest that small dollar mortgages, which are amounts less than $70,000, may be disproportionately denied compared to loans of higher amounts, even when credit profiles are similar. If true, this could be an issue for families in my district and across the country who are trying to buy their first home, particularly in rural America. H.R. 1532 is a bipartisan bill reported last Congress by the House Financial Services Committee that seeks to understand the challenges associated with small dollar lending and why. This bill asks the fundamental question, why not have FHA review its own policies? Why shouldn't FHA look to determine whether there are borrowers who would otherwise qualify for a mortgage and who are being left out of the market as an unintended consequence of FHA's own regulations? After all, the FHA's mission is to serve creditworthy borrowers who are underserved by the private market. This includes serving without bias as to how small a loan seeking insurance should be or might be. Moreover, FHA should understand whether its own regulations are hurting borrowers' access to credit and remedy the problem without affecting the health of the Mutual Mortgage Insurance Fund, which is at issue. I'd like to thank my colleagues on the subcommittee, in particular Mr. Cleaver and Ranking Member Stivers, for bringing this issue to our attention and for their work on this important bill. H.R. 1532 is a positive example of Congress identifying a problem and working together in a bipartisan way to understand the causes and to identify a reasonable solution. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would inquire through the chair if my colleague has any remaining speakers
I do
on
not.
his side.
The gentlelady
I do
reserves.
not.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to yield back if my
Gentleman
colleagues
yields
prepare
back.
to
The
close.
gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will recognize.
Oh, shit. Okay.
I yield myself the balance of the time. I would like to acknowledge Representative Tlaib.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in support of my bill, the Improving FHA Support for Small Dollar Mortgages Act. Housing is one of the most vital ways families have a shot at financial stability and freedom. However, affordable home ownership opportunities are being denied to my residents because of the lack of financing available for home purchases under $70,000. In fact, small dollar mortgage loans applications in 2017 were denied by lenders at double the rate of denial for large mortgage loans. This is largely because the banks have decided that small dollar mortgages are riskier because they rely on bogus credit scores thresholds and the loans don't give them enough profit. This impacts majority Black and brown communities as well as low-income communities that are unbanked and underbanked. In my district alone, $68,000, Madam Speaker, or nearly 50% of our owner-occupied homes are valued under $70,000. Think about that for a second. Almost half of the homes in my district stand little chance of getting financing from a bank. My bill directs the Department of Housing to report on barriers to making small dollar mortgage insurance available for mortgages under $70,000. It also requires HUD to report on policies, practices, and actions that will be taken to remove such barriers to making available mortgage insurance for mortgages of $70,000 or less. I urge my colleagues to please vote in support of my bill to ensure that every family has access to home ownership. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yes. I have no further speakers, and I'm ready to close, Madam Speaker.
The gentlelady is recognized.
What am I looking for? Okay. Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time, and I wish to thank Representative Tlaib for her work on this important bill. As we work to improve access to affordable homeownership, this bill is an important step that will help us better understand and break down the barriers to obtaining traditional mortgage financing for small dollar mortgages. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1532? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Madam Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I seek the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1491, the Fair Debt Collection for Service Members Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1491, a bill to amend the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act to provide enhanced protection against debt collector harassment of members of the armed forces and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentlelady is recognized.
I would like to thank Representative Dean for her leadership on this important bill, which will provide much-needed relief and protection for our service members. 2 out of every 5 service members' complaints submitted to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau are about predatory debt collection practices. Some examples of what service members reported experiencing include inappropriate threats of punishment under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, threats to the rank and security clearance of the service member, and even reports of debt collectors inappropriately contacting the commanding officer of the debt holder. It is a disgrace that people serving in the military are being threatened and intimidated. The impact of these abusive collection practices is severe. Service members have reported increased stress and hardship because of predatory debt collectors. These unfair and unnecessary practices against people who are putting their lives on the line for this country must end, which is why the National Military Family Association, National Consumer Law Center, and retired Army Colonel Paul Cantwell, the former CFPB Assistant Director for Service Member Affairs, all support this bill. I'm happy to say that Democrats and Republicans agree that Congress should put a halt to these abusive practices, and this bill does just that. Congresswoman Dean's work across the aisle and with the House Armed Services Committee last Congress resulted in a House floor vote of 355 to 0. I urge my colleagues to unanimously support this bill again so we can better protect our service members who do so much to protect us. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1491, the Fair Debt Collection Practices for Service Members Act. And I want to thank the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, for offering this legislation. Our service members put their lives on the line for us every day. To that end, we must ensure that they are adequately protected from abuse or harassment related to outstanding debt. I'm pleased that we were able to work in a bipartisan fashion to meet this goal. H.R. 1491 prohibits debt collectors from using threats against a service member's rank or security clearance or threats of prosecution under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Not only are such practices unfair, they also create the risk of harm to military readiness. Last Congress, during the committee markup of H.R. 1491, Republicans expressed concerns that there were too many unanswered questions about how this bill could impact military readiness. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Stivers, who has had a distinguished career in our military, offered an amendment which directs the Comptroller General of the United States to conduct a study on the impact this bill has on readiness with service members regarding debts in collection as well as military readiness and national security. This common sense approach ensures that Congress understands and is able to account for the connection between national security and the protection of service members from unfair practices. I want to thank the Democrat majority for accepting this amendment, and I'm glad that it continues to be included in this bill we're considering today. This makes this a far more lasting bill, I believe, and more impactful on the people that the author and this Congress want to ensure are taken care of. And those are the folks that serve and protect us each and every day. And as a reminder, this bill passed the House unanimously in March of last year. All Americans deserve to be treated with dignity and respect when faced with repaying a debt. This is especially true of our service members who fight for our freedoms every day. This bill contains important safeguards, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, who is also the sponsor of this legislation.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentlewoman for yielding to me, and I thank the ranking member and the committee in its entirety for working on this bill together. It is a sign of bipartisanship, one that I can be proud of and I know we can all be proud of. I do rise in support of H.R. 1491, the Fair Debt Collection Practices for Service Members Act. Every day, we are reminded of the significant sacrifices our troops make to protect us. And as members of Congress, I believe we have a responsibility to protect those who protect us. The Fair Debt Collection Practices for Service Members Act works up to and lives up to this responsibility by addressing abusive debt collection practices, specifically targeting service members. According to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, approximately 40% of complaints filed by service members concern debt collection, as compared to only 26% by non-service members. These debt collection practices are manipulative and have negative career implications for soldiers, like contacting their superior officers or threatening them with rank reductions. And unfortunately, these practices do not stop with the service member. Debt collectors also target military spouses, unfairly burdening our military families who have sacrificed so much. These tactics are egregious and must stop. Our servicemen and women make extraordinary sacrifices on our behalf. The last thing they need is harassment from debt collectors who take advantage of their service, which is why I am pleased to rise in support of the bill today. Specifically, my bill amends the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act and prohibits a debt collector from communicating with a service member's chain of command or a dependent for the purpose of threatening to have their rank reduced or threatening to revoke their security clearance. This legislation will ensure that our military families are not unnecessarily targeted and shield them from bad practices from debt collectors. We recognize our service members' spirit of service, and we must do our part to be of service to them. I urge all members, as they did last Congress, to support the Fair Debt Collection Practices for Service Members Act, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized.
No additional speakers, okay. I yield myself, I have no further speakers and I'm prepared to close.
The gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from
If I may inquire,
North Carolina.
does she intend to close, or
I was
because
going to
last
close
time we had
after you,
further
but you can go.
speakers, that's why I'm reserving.
Yes, I intend to close.
Oh,
sir.
great. Very good. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Massachusetts recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. In closing, I commend Congresswoman Dean for her excellent work on H.R. 1491 to help ensure our service members are not threatened or harassed by unscrupulous debt collectors. I urge all members to support our service members by voting yes on H.R. 1491, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1491? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Madam Chair. Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1395, the Housing Financial Literacy Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1395, a bill to require the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development to discount FHA single-family mortgage insurance premium payments for first-time homebuyers who complete a financial literacy housing counseling program.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material therein.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support H.R. 1395, the Housing Financial Literacy Act, a bipartisan bill authored by Representative Beatty, who is the chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion. The bill is also co-sponsored by Representative Stivers. This bill would incentivize prospective homebuyers to undergo housing counseling by offering a discount on FHA-backed mortgages for doing so. Research has consistently demonstrated that loans made to borrowers who have received pre-purchase counseling perform better than loans made to comparable borrowers who did not receive pre-purchase counseling. And when borrowers are able to stay current on their mortgage payments, lenders save money too. A 2013 study by Freddie Mac found that when 90-day delinquencies were lowered by 29%, lenders saved an average of $1,000 per loan. So this bill would not only benefit consumers during an environment of historically low mortgage rates, it would also help further improve the financial health of the FHA. I thank Representative Beatty for her leadership on this common sense, data-driven bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1395.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, for all of her hard work on H.R. 1395, the Housing Financial Literacy Act of 2021. The Federal Housing Administration, FHA, currently provides government-backed mortgage insurance for more than $1.3 trillion in loans. FHA insurance allows a wide array of borrowers to qualify for mortgages. This includes many low and moderate income families who might not otherwise have access to credit through traditional underwriting. In this fiscal year, the FHA insured over 800,000 forward mortgage purchase loans, with more than 83% going to first-time home buyers. Given the large population of first-time home buyers using FHA, it makes sense to encourage those individuals to seek out ways to strengthen their financial knowledge and better prepare them for the challenges of home ownership. Right now, current law states that FHA has the ability to provide first-time homeowners with a discount on their FHA upfront premiums. However, the homeowner must complete an approved homeownership financial counseling course. Yet, this statute is drafted in such a way that the provision only applies in particular circumstances. This includes when the FHA's upfront premiums exceed 2.75%. Since FHA's upfront premiums are currently set at 1.75%, the rate has not been exceeded in a decade. Thus, FHA does not currently provide an upfront premium discount for first-time home buyers who complete a financial counseling course. H.R. 1395 would amend current law to require FHA to provide a 0.25% upfront premium discount from the prevailing rate in order to help those first-time home buyers get financial literacy and then get the discount. This equates to about $625 of savings off the current premium structure on a $250,000 mortgage. This is not an insignificant amount. But I think given the nature of this, I think it's great to have a financial benefit for people understanding financial consequences. I think there are many other areas in our government that would benefit from this type of thinking. The hope is that by making such a discount mandatory, more first-time home buyers will seek out will produce better outcomes for a traditionally at-risk group of home buyers. The bottom line is that FHA is a valuable tool to help expand the universe of mortgage credit in our housing system. We ought to be doing all that we can to ensure that we are using our limited public resources to encourage all borrowers to be well prepared for the commitments of homeownership through financial counseling or through other effective means of creating more stable and reliable borrowers. And so I think this is a very good bill, thoughtfully done by Ms. Beatty and bipartisan coming out of committee last Congress. Would urge its adoption and ask my colleagues to vote yes and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would inquire through the chair if my colleague has any remaining speakers on his side.
I'm prepared. Yes, I have no further speakers.
Okay, I continue to reserve my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Well, I may inquire of my colleague from Massachusetts whether or not she has further speakers on her side.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Fantastic. And with that, I urge adoption of this bill and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Massachusetts recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the gentlewoman from Ohio for pushing this bill forward. This bill incentivizes financial literacy that will help avoid delinquencies and lower the upfront cost of home ownership for so many. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this important piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1395? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Madam Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1565, the Senior Security Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1565, a bill to create an interdivisional task force at the Securities and Exchange Commission for senior investors.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material therein.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 1565, the Senior... I rise in support of H.R. 1565, the Senior Security Act of 2021, which would help protect America's senior investors who can be disproportionately vulnerable to investment-related frauds. In 2017 alone, state securities regulators conducted nearly 4,790 investigations, leading to more than 2,100 enforcement actions, including 255 criminal prosecutions. These actions have resulted in approximately $486 million in restitution for harmed investors, nearly $79 million in fines and/or penalties, and 1,985 years in incarceration or probation being ordered. The National Council on Aging estimated that elder financial abuse and fraud costs older Americans from $2.9 billion to $36.5 billion annually. Moreover, in a February bulletin, FINRA, the NASA, and the SEC's Office of Investor Education and Advocacy noted that COVID-19's unprecedented quarantines and social isolation may leave senior investors even more susceptible to financial fraud than ever before. This bill would establish a senior investor task force within the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. In coordination and consultation with state securities administrators, self-regulatory organizations, federal law enforcement agencies, and others, the task force would be charged with identifying issues related to investors that are over 65 years old. The bill would also require biennial task force reports and require the GAO to complete a study on senior financial exploitation. I strongly support the safety of America's senior investors and their right to enjoy the retirement funds that they have worked so hard to earn. I also support regulators and law enforcement in holding fraudsters who prey upon the elderly accountable. It is for all these reasons I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the Senior Security Act of 2021. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1565, the Senior Security Act. I'd like to thank my colleagues, Mr. Hollingsworth of Indiana, Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey, for their work on this important piece of bipartisan legislation. that will strengthen current efforts to protect senior investors. Madam Speaker, American capital markets provide every mom and pop investor with the opportunity to realize the American dream. Our capital markets allow individuals and families to grow their nest egg for retirement, their children to have an opportunity for a college tuition, or to save and purchase a home. Moreover, as Americans age, they become even more important important part of the success and vibrancy of the U.S. capital markets. In fact, Americans over the age of 50 already account for roughly 77% of financial assets in the United States. To that end, fraud and exploitation of any kind in our capital markets threatens the integrity of our markets and harm investors seeking to build their nest eggs. It is especially problematic when the fraud targets senior investors. Protecting senior investors and preventing such predatory behavior within our financial markets is a goal that we all share regardless of party. This bill will support the Securities Exchange Commission's current efforts to protect against increasing instances of financial exploitation against senior investors. H.R. 1565 creates an interdivisional task force at the Securities and Exchange Commission to examine and identify challenges faced by senior investors. We already have some data on senior citizens who are targeted by financial exploitation. They are alarming. These statistics are alarming. Older Americans lose up to $36 billion each year to financial scams and abuse. 1 in 5 seniors have reported being victims of exploitation. And only a small number of cases of financial abuse are even reported. The rates of exploitation are only rising. In fact, the New England Journal of Medicine calls elder financial exploitation a virtual epidemic. And there are concerns that the COVID-19 pandemic has only exacerbated the trend. In addition to Congress, many states are already taking action, and that is a good thing. This bipartisan bill is an important step for the federal government. The bill requires the SEC to identify current issues and challenges facing senior investors and to make policy recommendations for addressing these issues harming senior investors. Madam Speaker, protecting senior investors and safeguarding the integrity of our financial markets are objectives I believe we can get behind. In our duty to protect our constituents, especially those most vulnerable who contribute so much to society, we need to be helpful and supportive. And for that reason, I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And Madam Speaker, I yield back. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, who is the sponsor of this legislation.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm honored to rise in support of the Bipartisan Senior Security Act, which will help protect vulnerable seniors from hucksters and scam artists. I'd like to thank my good friend, Congressman Trey Hollingsworth, for working with me on this crucial bill, and also to Senators Susan Collins and Kyrsten Sinema, who have introduced companion legislation in the Senate. Since I took office, I've been committed to helping seniors save their hard-earned money for retirement, to help them cut their taxes and afford prescription drugs, and of protecting Social Security and Medicare so that at the end of the day, they can afford to stay in northern New Jersey and enjoy their lives with their friends, children, and their grandchildren. Unfortunately, far too many of our seniors have their hard-earned retirement savings stolen from right out under them when a scammer calls or shows up at their door. There are millions of seniors across the country who've been the victims of financial scams and abuses. It's appalling, it's offensive, it's unacceptable. Older Americans lose approximately $3 billion each year to financial scams and abuse. Approximately 7 million Americans have been victims of exploitation, and that's only what's being reported. Only 1 in every 24 cases of elder abuse actually gets reported. IRS impersonation calls and fraudulent tech support calls are among the most widely used and costly scams targeting older Americans. In fact, more than 2.5 million Americans have been targeted by scammers impersonating IRS officials, costing more than $15,800 taxpayers at least $80 million since 2013. More than 3 million Americans are victims of tech support scams where scammers pretend to be with a reputable tech company and persuade seniors to provide personal bank account information. My mom was even a victim of one of these scammers. Someone claiming to be an IRS agent threatened her. I remember she called me and thought that I had messed up her tax return, but it was a scammer. COVID scammers are also now targeting older Americans with promises of quicker access to vaccines or pandemic relief benefits, preying on those who only wish is to hug their family members again. We're here today to do something about it by voting on the Senior Security Act to help protect Americans, seniors, from scams. My bipartisan bill creates a new senior investor task force at the SEC to fight back against these hucksters scamming our seniors. The task force will also identify challenges that senior investors encounter in areas within the SEC or self-regulatory organizations where senior investors would benefit from changes. The task force will also coordinate with other federal regulators, state regulators, and law enforcement to ensure that we're doing as much as we can at every level of government to stop this. Our legislation will also make anti-fraud enforcement even more common by giving law enforcement stronger tools and information via the new Senior Investor Task Force. The task force will submit regular reports to Congress outlining trends that are impacting senior investors. This will be a cop on the beat to make sure to keep up with the changes in financial scams and to be ahead of new issues as they arise. Our seniors have given us so much. We should always have their backs and help protect them from predators who want to take advantage of them during their twilight years. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bipartisan bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time. Or sorry, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yep, third time's a charm. With that, I yield to my colleague, the co-author of this bill, Mr. Hollingsworth, for as much time as he may consume.
Well, good afternoon. I too rise in support of this legislation. As I travel the district and travel across the state, I constantly get asked two very important questions. What is Washington doing for Americans? And what is happening on a bipartisan basis in Washington, D.C.? And when I travel back home this Thursday, I will be able to answer that this legislation checks both those boxes. I am deeply proud to work with my good friend, Mr. Gottheimer, on this important legislation to keep our senior citizens safe from fraudsters and hucksters that are constantly pursuing them. Look, much has been spoken already in this chamber about the what of this bill, but I wanted to emphasize the why. It's for the 74-year-old Hoosier walking through our Jeffersonville office that's lost her life savings because she thought she was interfacing with the IRS. It's for the senior couple that walks through our Franklin doors thinking they were helping getting their grandson out of jail, but instead were dealing with a huckster. It's for all of the senior citizens across this country that are constantly getting the calls, constantly getting the phishing emails, constantly seeing text messages, trying to get at their life savings. And those are the ones that report it. As Mr. Gottheimer said, only 1 in 24 of these crimes go reported. This is something we have to end. We have to get one step ahead. And I can't wait to travel back home to the Hoosier State later this week and tell them that this chamber advanced a piece of legislation to protect our senior citizens, protect Americans, and to get us one step ahead of those fraudsters. And with that, I'll yield back to the gentleman from North Carolina.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1565, the Senior Security Act. This common sense legislation will provide much needed information for policymakers and regulators to fine-tune protections for elderly investors. In South Texas, where we share deep value and respect for our elders, we say a society is judged on how we care for our parents, our grandparents, and beyond. We all know how closely financial health is tied to overall well-being. I'm proud to support this legislation that equips us to identify better ways to protect our senior citizens and for them to protect themselves from fraud and scammers. This Senior Security Act aims to protect our seniors and prevent these attacks from happening. This legislation will build upon the Senior Safe Act by creating an interdivisional task force at the Security Exchange Commission to examine and identify challenges facing seniors and investors. Within 2 years of enactment, the U.S. Government Accountability Office must study and report the economic costs of the financial exploitation of our seniors. Let's be clear, scammers will stop at nothing to take advantage of our seniors, and it is up to us in this House to stop them. I encourage my congressional colleagues to join me in supporting this important piece of legislation, and I urge its passage, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina.
I have no further speakers.
Gentleman from North Carolina has no more further speakers. Gentlewoman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, understanding that there's no additional speakers on the other side, I'm prepared to close. I have no further speakers.
Great. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time, and H.R. 1565 will help our financial regulators better protect our nation's seniors and the retirement funds they spent their entire lives building. I urge all my colleagues to stand up for senior investors and to vote yes on H.R. 1565. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts yields back the balance of her time. All time has expired. The question before the House is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1565? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker,
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1528, the Promoting Transparent Standards for Corporate Insiders Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1528, a bill to require the Securities and Exchange Commission to carry out a study of Rule 10b5-1 trading plans and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1528, the Promoting Transparent Standards for Corporate Insiders Act, is a bill introduced by Chairwoman Maxine Waters for several Congresses to strengthen confidence in our capital markets by ensuring everyone plays by the same rules. This bill passed with overwhelming bipartisan support in the last Congress and is designed to promote strong enforcement against financial fraud by ensuring corporate executives cannot indirectly or illegally trade on material, non-public information they know about their companies. The Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, prohibits insider trading as a fraud that hurts investors as well as the integrity of our capital markets. Those accused of illegal insider trading sometimes defend themselves using the SEC's rule for trading plans and claim any trades that occurred while they possessed inside information were made pursuant to a pre-approved trading plan. But the rule for trading plans has several shortcomings and loopholes that may allow corporate insiders to get away with insider trading. This bill would require the SEC to study whether to amend its rule for trading plans to limit the ability of corporate insiders to, for example, adopt multiple overlapping plans or change their plans to indirectly take advantage of inside information. This bill would then require the SEC to report to Congress and revise its rules based on the results of the study. This bill is needed to protect confidence in our markets. For example, last year we saw numerous pharmaceutical executives profiting from conveniently timed announcements regarding the company's progress towards a COVID-19 vaccine. For instance, shortly after Moderna announced positive results for its vaccine, the pharmaceutical company's CEO altered his trading plan to increase the number of shares sold through the plan. Shortly thereafter, he sold shares for millions of dollars in profit. Similarly, on the same day, Pfizer announced positive data regarding its vaccine. Pfizer's CEO sold more than $5 million worth of shares as part of his trading plan. This bill is supported by investor and consumer advocates, public pension funds, and state securities regulators, including the California Public Employees Retirement System, the Council of Institutional Investors, and the North American Securities Administrators Association. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on this bipartisan bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1528, the Promoting Transparent Standards for Corporate Insiders Act. As my colleague stated, this is bipartisan legislation that strikes an important balance. It protects retail investors in the market from illicit insider trading, while at the same time ensuring that the rules governing insider trading are clear, fair, and not prohibitively onerous. I want to thank my colleagues for supporting this bill last Congress, and I think they should do so this Congress. Thwarting and punishing fraud and abuse within our financial markets is not a Republican or Democrat issue. This includes illegal insider trading. When a corporate insider gains an unfair advantage by violating current insider trading rules and trading on material non-public information, that illegal behavior harms Main Street investors. That it harms those who diligently put their hard-earned money aside for retirement. It's important to note that not every corporate insider or executive trading in the stock of his or her company is a bad actor. This rule, the Securities and Exchange Commission's current rules and guidelines allow corporate insiders to purchase and sell securities of their company without fear of insider trading liability. Most corporate insiders carefully follow this rule called Rule 10b-5-1, and they follow it to the letter of the law. Moreover, this rule ensures that insider trading guidelines are fair tools when properly followed. These rules are designed to allow corporate insiders to liquidate their stock options when needed, such as when trying to pay for a child's education, buy a house, or paying medical expenses. Furthermore, allowing insiders to purchase and sell securities at a predetermined time on a scheduled basis under Rule 10b-5-1 ensures market stability. This rule also decreases the risk of volatility by preventing fraudulent behavior such as the so-called pump and dump schemes that some have tried to take advantage of. This bill requires the SEC to study whether this current rule should be amended. In studying the rule, the SEC is directed to consider how any amendments would clarify and enhance existing prohibitions against insider trading. And importantly, though, the bill also requires the SEC to weigh any potential amendments against the important benefits. Weigh any potential costs with any potential benefits under changes to this rule. The SEC is also directed to consider what effects amending the rules would have on attracting qualified candidates to open insider positions such as capital formation and other companies' willingness to go public. I'm pleased that this is a bipartisan legislation that thoughtfully balances the meaningful goals of protecting everyday investors with facilitating economic growth opportunities. And I think that ensures that we keep a healthy capital markets function here in the United States. With that, I have no further speakers on my side, and I would inquire from my colleague if he's prepared to close or has further statement.
I'd let my friend know we don't have any other speakers either.
Great, I'll be happy to go back the balance of my time.
Great.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the balance of the time to myself. And in closing, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1528, which will help prevent corporate insiders from using inside information to rig the game in their favor at the expense of investors and the integrity of our markets. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado yields back the balance of his time. All time has been yielded back. The question before the House is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1528? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Yes, sir. I'd request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. That's it? Oh, okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1996, the Safe Banking Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1996, a bill to create protections for financial institutions that provide financial services to cannabis-related legitimate businesses and service providers for such businesses and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 1996.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud we're here today to pass this bill about public safety, accountability, and respecting states' rights. 47 states, 4 U.S. territories, and the District of Columbia have spoken and legalized some form of recreational or medical cannabis, including CBD products. 318 million people live in those 47 states. That's 97.7% of the population of America. However, because cannabis remains illegal under the federal law, the Controlled Substance Act, businesses in these states are forced to deal in cash, and the businesses, their employees, and ancillary businesses can't access the banking system. The fact is, the people in states and localities across the country are voting to approve some level of cannabis use, and we need these cannabis businesses and employees to have access to checking accounts, payroll accounts, lines of credit, credit cards, and more. This will improve transparency and accountability and help law enforcement root out illegal transactions to prevent tax evasion, money laundering, and other white-collar crime. But most importantly, this will reduce the risk of violent crime in our communities. These businesses and their employees become targets for crime, robbery, assault, and more by dealing in all cash, and this puts the employees and the store owners at risk. Over the last year in Oregon alone, a string of more than 100 robberies and burglaries at cannabis businesses culminated in a murder when Michael Arthur, a dispensary employee, was shot to death during a robbery. Just last week in Colorado, an innocent bystander was shot during an attempted break-in at a medical cannabis business. And in Colorado, we are always reminded of Travis Mason, the young father, a Marine Corps vet, who was murdered while working as a security guard for a cannabis business. We must do better for these employees, their families, and all our communities. The Safe Banking Act will create a safe harbor for financial institutions and their employees who choose to do business with a cannabis company. Section 3 of the bill is particularly important to not only cannabis businesses, but everyone who might do business with a cannabis-related company. This section would protect ancillary businesses like real estate owners, accountants, electricians, and vendors by clarifying the proceeds from legitimate cannabis businesses are not unlawful under federal laws. This proceeds section is the key provision allowing all cannabis-related businesses and their service providers and landlords to access the banking system without fear of reprisal. This bill now has 177 bipartisan co-sponsors, and 1/3 of the Senate is co-sponsoring the companion bill from Senators Merkley and Daines. Last Congress, the Safe Banking Act passed the House 321 to 103 with the support of 91 Republicans. The broad base of support for this legislation generated a diverse group of co-sponsors and endorsing organizations from banking, credit union, and insurance trade associations to labor unions, cannabis businesses and advocates, and state government leaders. There are obviously many more marijuana issues we need to address working together, including additional research, tax issues, criminal justice reforms. Passing this bill will show that Congress can work together in a bipartisan way to address outdated marijuana laws. I hope this bill is an icebreaker for the House to take up other reforms and finally remove the conflict between state and federal laws. In summary, even if you are opposed to the legalization of cannabis, you should support this bill. American voters have spoken and continue to speak, and the fact is, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. Prohibition is over. The Safe Banking Act is focused on taking cash off the streets and making our communities safer. And only Congress can take these steps to provide this certainty for businesses, employees, and financial institutions across the country. I want to thank Representatives Velasquez, Stivers, Davidson, Joyce, Correa, and Blumenauer for their partnership on this bill and their commitment to making our communities safer. I also want to thank Representatives Luetkemeyer, Barr, and Porter for their contributions to the text of this bill and their support. Finally, I want to thank Chairwoman Maxine Waters for her support over the years and for continuing to make this a priority. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the Safe Banking Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 1996. I want to begin by commending my colleague from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, for the way that he's approached this legislation. He's incorporated a lot of ideas from members all across this chamber and from across the country, but he's doggedly pursued this legislation for many years. I want to commend him for that. I also want to thank my colleague, Mr. Stivers and Mr. Joyce of Ohio, for the way that they've approached this bill. And I think this is a testament to constructive criticism of a bill and it becoming better as a result of it. And so let me say, regardless of your position on this bill, I do think the fact remains that cannabis is a prohibited substance under Section 1, Schedule 1 of the Controlled Substances Act. And let me further state that by enacting this legislation, we're effectively kneecapping law enforcement enforcement and legalizing money laundering. These are concerns that I have that still remain. By effectively legalizing money laundering, we're inserting a new level of risk into our financial system. We're preventing our legal entities from doing their jobs. We're encouraging bad actors and placing our financial institutions at risk. Rather than dealing with the issues of cannabis and the question of its federal legalization, we're dealing with a component of the challenge, which is the banking of it. And it is a challenge. And I think we're adding a new risk to our banking system and our anti-money laundering reforms that we passed just in December of this year. That seems counterintuitive to me. For years, Congress has worked to reform our anti-money laundering laws. And now, in one fell swoop, we're undoing a lot of that hard work. And we're going to make it easier for money launderers. And if we want to help the system, if you want to give financial institutions the certainty and security they want and they need to do their job with the cannabis industries where it's legalized in these states, we should debate the merits of cannabis remaining a Schedule I substance, not pass a bill that skirts around the substance of the issue. This bill we are considering today is one of the biggest changes to U.S. drug policy. Yet it was done with little debate this Congress. A lot of debate overall in this Congress, far more than the Senate has even had on the question of cannabis. This bill, which is really the first step in legalizing cannabis at the federal level, was reported out of the Financial Services Committee of the last Congress. And it's a committee that really has no jurisdiction over the Controlled Substances Act. We only had one hearing featuring one panel of witnesses, and we haven't had a hearing this Congress to discuss changes over the last 2 years, let alone a markup to discuss any changes that might strengthen or impact the bill. For example, late last Congress passed a sweeping bipartisan anti-money laundering piece of legislation. These reforms include prohibitions on the concealment of sources of assets and monetary transactions. A prohibition, I will add, that comes with a steep penalty of up to 10 years in prison and up to $1 million in fines. If we were doing our due diligence, we would have done a deeper discussion on how these new AML changes would impact banks with cannabis industry as clients. Instead of me raising this issue at the 11th hour on the floor, which is what I've got to resort to. In addition to this concern, I believe I've voiced many other concerns, including our need to better comprehend and address the supervisory and regulatory issues that would result from enactment of H.R. 1996. I will submit for the record a letter that raises a number of concerns, including what changes to our banking laws are necessary to implement the Safe Banking Act, number of questions that I have, and what agencies are going to be necessary for this working group to actually ensure that the letter of this law is adhered to by the executive branch, that they actually follow it as the founder intends, the writer of the legislation intends, how the executive branch will interpret the Know Your Customer rules enacted in the Safe Banking Act compared to what we enacted just 3 months ago. How we would deal with suspicious activity reporting requirements under the new guidelines of the Safe Banking Act compared to what we enacted at the end of last year. How we deal with currency transaction reports under this law compared to what we just passed. And the implications on non-bank financial firms as well, such as insurers and investment companies. I think the author of the bill intends for insurers and investment companies and banks to have the same qualifications when they're handling money that has touched the cannabis industry. I think that's the intent. I think we need to understand whether or not the administration would follow that intent that the author has stated clearly in debates here on the House floor last Congress and this Congress. And furthermore, whether or not federal, state, and local law enforcement will have a similar interpretation that the writer of this bill says is his intent, that the federal law enforcement should hear the voice of Congress and hear that this step to legalization, which is part of this bill. I do not think it is the author of the bill's idea to get into sort of the broader conversation about legalization at the state level and what we should do at the federal level in this bill. However, that is a part of it. In March of 2019, the National Sheriff's Association voiced concern with this bill, saying that it could easily be exploited. They echoed my concerns that, quote, allowing banking access to for a Schedule I drug gives money laundering access to international drug cartels, which are already being used to cover for illegal activity. And furthermore, we see cannabis legal states like California, Washington, and Colorado as a subject of recent news reports that cartels have been found. Cartels have found that it's easier to grow and process marijuana in legal states like Colorado and ship it throughout the United States than it is to bring from Cuba or Mexico. And ask unanimous consent to submit that for the record, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, we enter the other letter referenced by the gentleman from
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And furthermore, because of this patchwork at the state level, I think you're seeing additional concerns at the southern border right now. I'll ask to submit for the record, former Border Patrol Chief submitted in February that in February alone there were nearly $14 million a day of marijuana caught at the southern border. And so I'd submit that for the record
Without
as
objection.
well. So despite these many issues I still have with the Safe Banking Act, I do appreciate the work that my colleagues have put into this legislative effort. But considering that the larger issue of cannabis legalization has not yet been debated here on the House floor. I think it is premature for the Financial Services Committee to do the full work of this Congress on the question of cannabis legalization at the federal level. I think that should be better left to the Judiciary Committee and a wider debate here on the House floor, and I would encourage that wider debate. Notwithstanding that, I'd like to thank my colleagues for the hard work that they've put into this legislation. Even if I have concerns, I know that there is more than sufficient support to pass this under the suspension calendar, and that would not happen were it not for the good legislative work of my colleague and friend from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter. And I do believe that my colleague was quite intentional about the date that he wanted to actually have the vote here on the House floor. And with that, for those of you who don't know, tomorrow is 4/20, 4/20/21, 4/20 being the operable date. And with that, I'd reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves his time. The gentleman from Colorado on April 19th is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I thank the gentleman from North Carolina for his many compliments. I just remind him we are the Financial Services Committee. We have a certain amount of jurisdiction that deals with financial institutions and financial services, and that's what this bill is focused on, dealing with so much cash generated by this industry, whether we do anything or not, and to try to advance public safety in the process. And with that, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to Ms. Velasquez from New York, who is chair of small business and had a lot to do with writing the small business piece of this.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a proud original co-sponsor of H.R. 1996, the Safe Banking Act, and rise in a strong support. I also like to take this opportunity to recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, for his extraordinary leadership on this legislation. When the pandemic first hit and stay-at-home orders went into place, many small cannabis businesses were deemed essential. Yet, just as they recognize these businesses as critical, federal law still fails to provide them the same access to key financial services like banking and insurance. H.R. 1996, the Safe Banking Act, will address this problem, enabling them to grow and hire more workers. Failing to allow cannabis businesses to utilize financial products and services not only creates artificial barriers for these small businesses, it also an issue of public safety, as these high-volume cash businesses are frequently the target of robberies and breaks-in. That is why the Safe Banking Act is so important, and why, as chair of the House Small Business Committee and senior member of Financial Services Committee, I am proud to stand by it since its first introduction. I thank Mr. Perlmutter for his leadership, and let's pass this legislation once and for all. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'd like to yield my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Stivers, a minute and a half. 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, the subcommittee chair on housing and insurance.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the ranking member for yielding. I want to thank Congressman Perlmutter for his hard work on this. I'm an unlikely person to support this bill because I'm opposed to recreational marijuana. But I came to this because a company that's just outside my district that sells nutrients now finds themselves in the situation where 25% of their profits come from selling to legal marijuana businesses, and they're being threatened, a Fortune 500 company, with losing their bank accounts. We can't let that happen. We've got to make sure that we stand up for safety and stand up for common sense. That's what this bill does. 3 points about this bill. Number one, it encourages safety because money that's in a bank account can be frozen and can be tracked. By the way, this bill also increases suspicious activity reports. So this idea about money laundering doesn't work because there's suspicious activity reports that are expanded under the bill, and you can freeze and track the money, which is really important. That's why a lot of folks in law enforcement like this bill. The final thing is this bill includes provisions to stop Operation Choke Point that Republicans couldn't even get past when we had the presidency, the Senate, and the House. And we got that negotiated into this bill. It helps in a big way to make sure that there's not an Operation Choke Point in the future. So nobody can choke off legal businesses from their bank accounts and from access to the payment system. That's a big deal. I want to thank Congressman Perlmutter for allowing that. And finally, before my time is up, I want to acknowledge Congressman Warren Davidson, who isn't going to be able to fly in time for this. Congressman Davidson has been working on this bill with me for almost 2 years with Congressman Perlmutter, and Warren Davidson's done an amazing job. I just want to acknowledge his hard work, all his efforts. We wouldn't be here today but for Congressman Warren Davidson. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1996, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to also thank Mr. Stivers for working with me so much over the last few years on this. Going to miss him as he chooses to take another path in the near future. And I just want to say that on the floor, that he's real credit to this institution. So with that, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter.
The
Mr.
gentleman
Speaker,
from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the Safe Banking Act can be summarized in 3 basic points. First of all, this measure does not legalize anything at the state level. Today, 47 states, 4 U.S. territories, D.C., representing 98% of the U.S. population, have legalized cannabis in one form or another. Second, this is essentially a states' right issue. This measure essentially says that when a state legalizes cannabis, the federal government will respect that decision when it comes to banking. And finally, this measure is essentially about helping our local police officers back home do their job safely and effectively. We already give our local police officers the impossible job of taking care of the homeless and the mentally ill. And now we're asking our police officers to protect the legalized cannabis industry, a cash business, from those criminals that would prey upon them. This just doesn't make sense. Today, because of federal law, the cannabis industry can only operate on a cash basis. They pay their federal, state, and local taxes with cash. Let me repeat. Today, the cannabis industry pays their federal taxes with cash. They pay their employees with cash. They pay their rent with cash. And they pay their bills with cash. This is no way to keep our streets safe. Let's help our local police officers keep our community safe. Let's get the cash out of the cannabis industry, and let's pass H.R. 1996. And with that, I yield.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Colorado
Continue to
reserves.
reserve.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield to the Subcommittee Ranking Member of the House Financial Service Committee, Mr. Barr of Kentucky. I yield 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to my friend, the ranking member. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Safe Banking Act. Kentuckians have a deep interest in the production, cultivation, and sale of non-intoxicating industrial hemp and hemp-derived products, including CBD. In fact, Kentucky boasts a proud heritage and agricultural tradition in industrial hemp. Henry Clay, the great Speaker of the House, who once represented the district that I now represent, was in fact an industrial hemp farmer. More recently, the Commonwealth has seen a revival in the industrial hemp industry, resulting in much growth and job creation in this area. Much of the growth of the industry occurred as a result of the Industrial Hemp Research Pilot Program established under the 2014 Farm Bill and the 2018 Farm Bill, which took it a step further and fully legalized industrial hemp. Despite these positive steps forward, hemp businesses still have trouble accessing certain financial services. Just today, I spoke with a CBD retailer in my district who confirmed that while the situation has improved somewhat over the last few years, access to card processing services is uneven and uncertain. This bill will provide additional clarity for banks, insurance companies, and card processors that they can, in fact, do business with legally operating hemp businesses. It would also direct our federal financial regulators to update best practices for serving hemp and CBD businesses. Since we last debated this bill, conditions have improved for hemp financing. In December 2019, financial regulators jointly issued guidance confirming that banks are free to provide banking services to the hemp industry just as they are for any other agricultural commodity. Unfortunately, there's still work to do to ensure that these legal hemp businesses have full access to the financial system. There remains some ambiguity, specifically regarding payment processors' dealings with hemp businesses. This bill makes needed clarifications. I want to thank my friend from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, for working across the aisle on this bill. He and his team took great care to ensure that these changes were incorporated into the bill and made the needed clarifications, and I thank him for his cooperation. This will have a meaningful impact on Kentucky farmers, small businesses, and a burgeoning industry in Kentucky and across the country. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman from Kentucky for his work on this bill and his input on the card processing piece of the legislation. I'd like to yield now 3 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, who's been really he's put the effort together across a whole range of cannabis issues, and I thank him for his steadfast work on this subject. I yield to the gentleman.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I would like unanimous consent to enter in the record a statement commemorating the life and accomplishments of Steve Fox, a pioneering cannabis legalization activist and activist without whose efforts we wouldn't be here today, who tragically passed away last week.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to be here with my friend, Mr. Perlmutter, and the bipartisan support that we're seeing evidence. Mr. Stivers, we're going to hear from a moment from the distinguished gentleman from Ohio who's been a champion. This is an issue that, sadly, I feel my good friend from North Carolina could have given the speech 25 years ago. But the legalization train has left the station. This is a business in the United States that has approaching $20 billion of revenue this year. There are, as is pointed out, 97% of the American public has access to some form of legal cannabis. Medical cannabis, 4 million patients utilize it. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that has arrived, and it is being captive of the past practice, pretending that the federal government can wish away the legalization of this subject. That can't. The flawed federal policies create serious, serious problems. As Mr. Perlmutter pointed out, we've had over 100 robberies in my community, including a fatality. These cash-only enterprises are sitting ducks for people who are going to have nefarious aims. It is an invitation for money laundering now because of the vast amount of cash that is circulated. It impacts so many legitimate businesses, real estate, insurance, attorneys, accountings, who get caught up. We already heard reference to what happened from Mr. Stivers with his constituent in Ohio, a business that provides gardening supplies that risk losing their bank account. It's time for us to address this inconsistency. It's time for us to pass again the Safe Banking Act, and it's time for us to move forward with legalization on the federal level with the MORE Act, which will resolve these inconsistencies once and for all, give the American public what they want, they repeatedly vote for across the country, unleash this state legal business to be able to, for its full potential, for health, the economic, and a cry for racial justice. I appreciate us being at this point for a critical first step along the tortuous path to full legalization, which I'm confident will happen this Congress, and not a moment too soon. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon yields back. The gentleman from Colorado reserves.
Reserve.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what I would say to Mr. Speaker, I would say that if we're going to have legalization of cannabis, let's have legalization of cannabis and do it in regular order in the House of Representatives, not have it come through the Financial Services Committee. That was clear that I want to ensure my colleague heard that. But I do commend my colleague, Mr. Perlmutter, for taking every bit of the jurisdiction that we currently have and using it smartly for the best outcome possible. With that, I'd like to yield to my colleague and good friend, Mr. Joyce of Ohio, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in favor of H.R. 1996, the Safe Banking Act of 2021, and I'm proud to help lead this common sense and overdue effort. The vast majority of states, including my own, have enacted laws that, to varying degrees, permit their residents to use cannabis. However, the federal government has not only infringed on the inherent right of these states to implement those laws, but also stifled medical research, diverted law enforcement resources needed elsewhere, and hindered legitimate businesses. Businesses that provide vital services to cancer patients, veterans, and those seeking opioid alternatives for pain management. Because of the federal interference in this arena, cannabis companies are not afforded the same access to financial services as every other legal business in our country. With banks refusing to accept their money out of fear of federal repercussions, these businesses are forced to operate in all cash. They pay their workers in cash, store cash in vaults on site, hire armored cars and trucks to transport cash to pay taxes. As a former prosecutor, I can tell you that this is a serious public safety issue. But it's not just cannabis companies that are paying the price for this antiquated policy. Small businesses that provide services to state legal cannabis companies can also be targeted by the federal government, such as plumbers, electricians, and even soil and fertilizer businesses. Regardless of where you stand on the legality of cannabis, I think we can all agree it shouldn't be that hard to sell a bag of dirt. At a time when small businesses are just beginning to recover from the economic destruction caused by COVID-19, the federal government should be supporting them, not standing in their way. Congress must provide financial certainty to these businesses and safety to their employees. Many of my colleagues have shied away from this issue because they're under the impression that it doesn't impact their constituents. But as I've outlined here today, it most certainly does. The American people across a majority of states, both red and blue, have voted to enact sensible cannabis reforms. I encourage all my colleagues to respect the will of their constituents and the rights of their states and begin engaging on these reforms. It's past time we address the antiquated cannabis policies and remove unnecessary red tape. I strongly urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote in favor of the Safe Banking Act so we can take a step in that direction. The federal government can no longer afford to fail on an issue that all of our states have taken a lead on. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
We don't have any other speakers, so I would ask my friend from North Carolina. I think they have another speaker.
The
Mr.
gentleman
Speaker.
from North Carolina.
May I inquire of the chair how much time I have remaining?
The gentleman from North Carolina has 5 minutes remaining.
5 minutes remaining?
5 minutes remaining.
Okay. I yield to my colleague for a minute and a half. I yield to my colleague, Mr. Gates of Florida, for a minute and a half.
The gentleman is recognized for a minute and a half.
I thank the ranking member of the Financial Services Committee for yielding. I rise in support of the Safe Banking Act, which I am honored to introduce with my colleagues, Mr. Joyce, Mr. Perlmutter, Mr. Blumenauer, and others. And it seems the war on drugs is a lot like so many of the other forever wars that this Congress confronts. Deeply unpopular in all parts of the country except Washington, D.C. And so I commend the majority party for bringing this bill to the floor and allowing businesses who serve particularly medical marijuana patients the opportunity to access the U.S. financial system. There's an important part of this legislation that bears note. With the Safe Banking Act, we will have unprecedented opportunity for research and collaboration, which did not exist previously, which doesn't exist now. There are so many universities, medical centers, other research institutions that would like to partner with and work alongside marijuana businesses with the opportunity to improve health outcomes for patients, to bring relief to people who badly need it. And I would implore my colleagues in the majority party, reach out to President Biden, as I did to President Trump. Ask him to take executive action to remove marijuana from the list of Schedule I drugs so that we can accelerate marijuana reform for the benefit of our fellow Americans and those who are in need and in pain and are counting on us. I thank the gentleman and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Colorado.
I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close, and I understand.
If I could, I'd say to the gentleman, I'd like unanimous consent to enter into the record the endorsements for the Safe Banking Act, including the American Bankers Association, the American Council of Independent Laboratories, the American Council of Life Insurers, the American Financial Services Association, the American Land Title Association, the American Property Casualty Insurance Association, the American Trade Association for Cannabis and Hemp, the Arizona Dispensaries Association, the California Cannabis Industry Association, it goes on forever, National Armored Car Association. I'm not going to list all these. There's about 50 different endorsements, and I'd ask unanimous consent to be able to enter them into.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Look, I want to repeat this from my earlier remarks. This bill represents one of the biggest changes to U.S. drug policy. If we want banks to provide services risk-free, then we should do it thoughtfully and address the legality of cannabis, instead of this workaround, which this bill represents a yeoman's task of a legal framework so that cannabis in those legalized states, so that cannabis can be legally banked. But that is not a holistic approach to this issue, nor should it be the Financial Services Committee leading the debate, which we've had one hearing on in the last 3 years in this committee. Actually, you could say probably one hearing in the last decade on the Financial Services Committee, and yet we have this bill, which frankly on its face is a very well-balanced bill to fix a problem, a glaring problem that's happening across the country. And so this bill will legalize the banking of a federally illegal product. And I'm sure the irony of this is not at all lost on the American public. The drug cartels, frankly, are keen to this, and other bad actors are keen to this, and they'll attempt to take advantage of this if this is not well implemented, if it's not thoughtfully implemented, especially if those things are not the case. And so no matter how we spin what is happening right now, we currently have a crisis at the southern border, and human trafficking is certainly a part of that. A desire to come to the United States is certainly a part of that. And the movement of illegal drugs into the United States is certainly a part of that. This doesn't help with that crisis at the southern border. But again, we're the House Financial Services Committee. We're not the Homeland Security Committee. We're not the Appropriations Committee. So we can't fix all things within our jurisdiction. Let me close with this. And while I do not support this bill because it represents a workaround to a much bigger debate that we need to have in the United States, and that is whether or not cannabis should remain a Schedule I substance under the Controlled Substances Act. This fact is the bigger issue that I think this Congress should wrestle with, and I would welcome it. And in fact, I think we can have a much more nuanced debate here. But I do want to close by thanking my colleagues for creating a very thoughtful product. This legislative text is much improved upon from where it was originally. And I'd like to thank my colleague, Mr. Perlmutter, for leading that conversation and leading that set of negotiations, which has taken years to produce this product. It is strong legislative text. It is a strong legal framework. Even though I've pointed out a number of its deficiencies and challenges, I do see on its face how this would resolve a huge problem in a large number of states. I understand that, and I'm inviting the larger discussion about cannabis as well, and I think we need to have that as well. But I do want to thank my colleague, Mr. Perlmutter, for his leadership there, and I want to thank my colleagues, Mr. Stivers, Mr. Davidson, Mr. Joyce, as well on our side of the aisle for engaging in that, as well as Mr. Lukemeyer and Mr. Barr, that dealt with particular issues in their states and our jurisdiction as well. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote no, but understand if they do vote yes, and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from North Carolina. And to his point, there is a broader discussion that has to take place, but the purpose of this bill is a public safety purpose. It is a purpose to get people from being killed, from being robbed, from being assaulted. And that is within the financial services arena, because at this point, the cannabis industry and the people that serve it in one way or another have to deal in cash, which attracts, it really creates the potential for the robberies, for the murders, for the assaults. And so we've been able to gather a lot of support from this. I mentioned the bankers and the credit unions and the insurance industry, the cannabis industry, obviously, the real estate industry, the armored cars, law enforcement. Law enforcement is supportive of this. The minority cannabis industry. We have the National Treasurers Association, 21 governors, attorneys general, because they know this is a public safety matter. And we really need to address it. We have been working on it for some time, as the gentleman from North Carolina has mentioned. But we need to get this to the Senate. They need to take whatever tack they want to take, but we've got to make our communities safer, these businesses safer. Safe Banking Act is about public safety. Our bill is narrowly tailored to get cash off the streets and improve public safety. I want to thank my lead co-sponsors on this bill, Representatives Velasquez, Stivers, and Davidson, and all my colleagues who have listened to me talk about the need to address this problem for the last 8 years. I also want to thank the staff of the Financial Services Committee, the staff from my lead co-sponsors, and my own staff who put so much time into this bill. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on the Safe Banking Act, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Colorado yields back. All time has expired or yielded back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1996 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Montana.
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1602, the Eliminate Barriers to Innovation Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1602, a bill to direct the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission to jointly establish a digital asset working group and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1602, the Eliminate Barriers to Innovation Act of 2021. Digital assets are a fast-growing but poorly understood area of finance and technology. and I believe this bipartisan legislation will help Americans, small businesses, fintechs, and financial institutions using digital assets to better understand the legal and regulatory landscape. Last Congress, the Financial Services Committee established the Task Force on Financial Technology, which was chaired by Congressman Lynch, who is co-leading this bipartisan bill with Ranking Member McHenry. I thank both of them for their hard work on this legislation. We must look carefully and diligently at how digital asset markets are used, as they present unique challenges to regular retail investors. Cryptocurrencies, security tokens, and other digital assets, including those utilizing blockchain and distributed ledger technology, are new technologies, and how we regulate investment in them will be one of the most important questions in the financial services space. If digital assets are used by retail investors, we must ensure these products provide adequate protections, disclosures, and notifications to make sure ordinary investors are not defrauded or have their household finances ruined due to excessive volatility. This is especially important during this unprecedented COVID-19 crisis, with many people struggling financially and possibly drawn to risky investments or scams. This bill would require the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Commodities Futures Trading Commission to establish a working group on digital assets. The working group will investigate the legal and regulatory framework and best practices related to digital assets. The working group will report to Congress on its findings to help this body and the public better address these evolving markets. I want to thank Representative Lynch and Representative McHenry for their thoughtful and bipartisan approach to this legislation, and I look forward to the work of the SEC and the CFTC on this important issue. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of my bill, the barriers to eliminating the Barriers to Innovation Act. This is a bipartisan bill that addresses the much-needed collaboration between the Commodities Futures Trading Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission. What we have is a regulation of commodities through one entity of our federal government here in the United States and regulation of securities by another entity of our government. What we need is conversation between those two entities about the nature of digital assets and cryptocurrencies. We have neither a security nor a commodity in what is a new creation of digital assets. Now, what we see with the CFTC is that everything is a commodity in their worldview, and the Securities and Exchange Commission thinks, well, you're close, everything's actually a security. And so they each want to regulate something that is not in their nature to regulate, or not in the substance of their capacity to regulate. And so we have neither fish nor fowl, neither security nor what the Commodities Futures Trading Commission wants to regulate in their world. And so you have neither fish nor fowl when it comes to this new creation of cryptocurrencies. The fact is that the Bitcoin white paper, written by somebody that called themselves Satoshi Nakamoto, is more than a decade old. And what we've seen in that time period is the valuation of Bitcoin, and then things that are like Bitcoin that use an encrypted ledger system in the blockchain and tokenization to open up the value of that new creation of a blockchain. And that new creation of cryptocurrencies is now valued at over $2 trillion globally. Most of that innovation has happened outside of the United States because we don't have a legal and regulatory framework that is permissive of the raising of capital in order to develop those technologies. So people in the United States, American citizens, are missing out on innovation and the potential economic upside of those innovations. I would say this is one of the few pieces of technology in the last 100 years that the Americans have not been the drivers of. In fact, we're reacting a lot to what's happening globally. And so I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Lynch, for his thoughtful engagement on this bill and his important structural changes to make sure that this can be a bipartisan bill. And those conversations really are that balance between economic opportunity and growth that a lot of us on the Republican side want to emphasize at all costs, frankly, and then the protection of our citizens that some on the left want to have at all costs. And so the balance here, striking that balance is really necessary for us as legislators. Let's just be pragmatic and honest about it. And so Mr. Lynch has brought in some nice changes to this bill that actually will enable it to be a bipartisan vote, I hope. So what this bill does is, with our colleagues from the House Agriculture Committee, is it requires the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Commodities Future Trading Commission, to establish a working group focused on digital assets. This is the first step to opening the dialogue between our regulators and market participants and move to much-needed clarity. The fact is this working group will produce a report within a year that includes an analysis of the domestic regulatory framework necessary for the development of cryptocurrencies and digital assets here in the United States. It's really important that we get our act together and that we be technology permissive, that we ensure that it's legitimate money raised here, that our existing laws are adhered to, but that we adapt and change and don't allow the debate between the CFTC, which sees everything as fish, and the Securities and Exchange Commission that sees everything as fowl. When they look at this new entity, which is neither fish nor fowl, we have to have a smart regulatory framework for that. And so I'd urge my colleagues to support this bill and would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I'd like to yield 2 minutes, or if he needs a little more, to Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Colorado for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the Eliminating Barriers to Innovation Act. It's been 12 years since the cryptocurrency Bitcoin was first introduced, and since then, digital assets have proliferated around the world, and by one estimate, there are more than 4,000 cryptocurrencies and other digital tokens in use today. While we haven't yet encountered a large-scale crisis, the lack of clarity in cryptocurrency regulation has become a real barrier in developing a framework to optimize the potential benefits of this technology. U.S. financial regulations historically have been developed in response to financial disasters. So we've had the creation of the FDIC, which followed the over 1,000 bank failures during the Depression. Similarly, the development of the CFPB occurred after the 2008 financial crisis. This bill, 1602, is an opportunity for Congress and our regulators to act proactively towards financial innovation rather than to address gaps in our regulatory framework after the fact. Digital assets have the potential to make transactions more efficient, improve the raising of capital for small businesses, and increase inclusion across our financial system. However, the rapid rise of this technology has created some concerns and questions about consumer protection and about how to ensure that we gain the benefits of this innovation while mitigating potential risks. This bill, H.R. 1602, will create critical collaboration between the SEC and the CFTC and Congress on the topic of digital assets. It'll bring our regulators, small businesses, fintech companies, and investor protection groups to the same table to discuss cybersecurity, investor protections, and the creation of inclusive and transparent markets. In short, our hope is that this bill will help get the regulatory framework of digital assets right before a crisis occurs. I want to thank the ranking member, Mr. McHenry, for working on this bill, and also Chairwoman Waters for her support. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from
Mr. Speaker, I know the gentleman will forgive me, but I listed a lot of people on the Safe Banking Act that I wanted to thank. One person who I forgot, and I would be remiss, is Mr. Denny Heck, who's now Lieutenant Governor of Washington, was also instrumental in putting that bill together. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would concur that our colleague, Mr. Heck, was instrumental in these debates. I missed his lively debates in committee markup, but frankly, given the sick burns that he's given me there, I think I'm better off with him as Lieutenant Governor, but I concur with you, Mr. Perlmutter. With that, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my colleague, who's the ranking member of the House Agriculture Committee, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for how many minutes? 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my support of the Eliminate Barriers to Innovation Act, authored by my friend from North Carolina and ranking member of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. McHenry. The CFTC and the SEC has a long history of collaboration in financial market regulation, and the working group created through this legislation will continue to build on this good work. Digital assets present unique new questions for regulators. How and where do these assets fit into the existing regulatory regime? What new standards are needed to continue to meet our bedrock principle of customer protection? Where do the CFTC and SEC need to adjust their regulations to address the novel features and purposes of digital assets? Well, both the CFTC and the SEC are hard at work on applying their statutory responsibilities and regulations to these digital assets. The disruptive, novel nature of these new types of assets demand a more holistic examination. This working group, with its mix of CFTC, SEC, and non-governmental members, will be well placed to examine these important questions. The Eliminating Barriers to Innovation Act is a step forward in providing clear rules of the road for the creation, exchange, custody, and the use of full sweep of these new assets. I thank the ranking member, Mr. McHenry, and his staff for working with us at the House Agriculture Committee on refinements to improve this legislation. And I cannot close, though, without singing the praises of the CFTC. The Commission has been focused on this explosion in new technology from the very beginning. The Commission created Lab CFTC almost 4 years ago and remains the premier federal fintech office. They have proven themselves to be an agile regulator and adept at understanding new technologies and their implications. The Committee on Agriculture has welcomed these developments and sought to strengthen the CFTC's authorities and resources to meet the challenges in regulating these new financial products. The bill before us today complements these efforts. I look forward to working with Mr. McHenry and Chairwoman Waters on this and other legislation and oversight to build upon this work. I urge my colleagues to support financial innovation and vote yes on this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I'd alert the speaker and my friend that we don't have any other speakers, so I'd reserve the balance.
Thanks.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one additional speaker, then I'll close at that. I would like to yield 2 minutes to my colleague from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, and a member of the House Agriculture Committee and a leader on agriculture issues.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from North Carolina for yielding me a few minutes. I rise today in support of the Eliminate Barriers to Innovation Act. As the ranking member of the Commodities, Exchange, Energy, and Credit Subcommittee, I am looking forward to digging in on the many issues surrounding digital assets, particularly digital commodities. Digitally native assets represent a new way for people to interact with each other and potentially organize productive activities. Whatever promise this innovative technology may hold, it will not be realized if it is subjected to outdated and unworkable regulations. One of the great strengths our financial systems in the U.S. has is that the rules are well-formed, long-standing, and fit for purpose. While we may argue about the details, the basic principles of the U.S. financial markets and the rules which apply to legacy assets are well understood. Digital assets, on the other hand, present new challenges. While the principles won't change, the rules that bring those principles into effect may have to change. This working group will give the CFTC the SEC, and the market participants a critical venue to examine those principles and bring needed clarity to the application of existing rules on digital asset transactions. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is, gentleman from Colorado recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from North Carolina.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'd like to thank my colleague, Mr. Lynch, for his leadership on this important issue and the issues of financial technology. This is, frankly, one of the healthier conversations we get to have on the Financial Services Committee, is on the nature and the deployment of technology. It is neither the pure conversation of less or more regulation. It is a completely different scope of what we're doing in terms of laws that are ensure that we have financial inclusion and allow offers for products to be cheaper, more affordable, and more widely distributed across the country. And so I think this is a healthy thing for us to have this conversation on the Financial Services Committee. This bill today is an important working group between the CFTC and the Securities and Exchange Commission. That conversation between these two agencies, I hope, will bring us a new permissive regulatory framework for digital assets here in the United States and allow for the wider deployment and development of cryptocurrencies and all the technologies that are underlying those cryptocurrencies, those huge opportunity sets for American consumers in the development of these new assets in this first generation, but also the wider deployment of these technologies, whether it's in driverless vehicles or in the nature of how we interact with each other in the financial markets. There are huge opportunities around digital assets, and this is the first step in Congress having a smart regulatory framework here in the United States for digital assets. I urge its adoption, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to commend Mr. McHenry and Mr. Lynch for their bipartisan work on this legislation, directing the SEC and the CFTC to work together with all relevant stakeholders to study the use of digital assets. The working group created by this legislation will undoubtedly benefit the American public on this important topic. I urge all members to support this legislation by voting yes on this bill, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Colorado yields back the balance of his time. All time has been yielded back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1602? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Gentleman from North Carolina.
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Move that the House suspend the rules and agree to H-Res 130.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 130, resolution condemning the continued violation of rights and freedoms of the people of Hong Kong by the People's Republic of China and the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H-Res 130.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H-Res 130, condemning the continued violation of rights and freedoms of the people of Hong Kong by the People's Republic of China and the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. I have introduced this resolution to demonstrate this body's already strong bipartisan support for the people of Hong Kong. The situation in Hong Kong has been alarming for several years now. We have witnessed the degradation of civil liberties and human rights as the PRC continues to disregard its international legal obligations under the 1984 Sino-British Joint Declaration. For months in 2019, the people of Hong Kong peacefully took to the streets in historic numbers to preserve their democracy and demand their rights and freedoms. Unfortunately, these peaceful protesters were met with excessive force by the police and the further imposition of restrictions on expression and assembly. Thousands have been beaten, injured, and illegally detained in violation of due process. Rather than listen to the demands of the majority of Hong Kongers, the Chinese government blatantly bypassed Hong Kong's local government and imposed a sweeping national security law on Hong Kong and its people with very little accountability or transparency. The vague, overly broad measures this security law put in place are little more than a thinly veiled attempt to erode Hong Kong's autonomy and restrict the space for peaceful expression. It steals from the people of Hong Kong the ability to exercise the freedoms of speech and association, and creates an environment of fear around the expression of any political sentiment. It is no surprise that since the passage of this law, political censorship has spiked significantly, and Hong Kong officials have become increasingly brazen in undermining democratic norms, such as disqualifying pro-democracy candidates from participating in the Legislative Council elections and removing democratically elected lawmakers from office. Hong Kong authorities have also used the national security law to target and silence pro-democracy activists at home and abroad. They have even issued arrest warrants for activists living overseas, including a U.S. citizen, for alleged violations of national security law. Hundreds of pro-democracy figures and activists have been arrested or sentenced to prison, including Joshua Wong, Agnes Chow, Ivan Lam, the Hong Kong 12, and Jimmy Lai Chi Yang, while others await a further crackdown. But the resolve of the people of Hong Kong has not wavered, and neither will the resolve of the people of the United States, our allies, and this body. You see, democracy is the cornerstone of the work we do in the People's House. We must support the people of Hong Kong as they fight for the rights and freedoms promised to them under the Basic Law. With the passage of this resolution, the House reaffirms its continued support for the people of Hong Kong. We stand by activists who continue to come forward in their calls for democracy and human rights at great risk to themselves and their families and their future. By passing this resolution,
the House sends a strong bipartisan message demanding that the Chinese and Hong Kong governments respect the will of the people of Hong Kong. We will continue to push for democracy and respect for human rights in Hong Kong. We will continue to demonstrate that we stand in solidarity with the pro-democracy figures and activists who have made tremendous sacrifices for their city and for their core human rights. This, Mr. Speaker, is an important resolution, and I support it and urge my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
It is now my high privilege to yield 1 minute.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I reserve my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Texas reserves his time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized. The gentleman from New York is recognized. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is now my high privilege to yield 1 minute to the very distinguished Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi of California.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his very moving and profound statement on democracy and democratic freedoms in Hong Kong. Thank you for your leadership, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this important legislation to the floor. I thank the ranking member, Mr. McCall, for his leadership as well on an ongoing basis on this important issue and for his courtesy for yielding back. And it's always an honor to be with Chris Smith. We've been working on these issues together, for 30 years, Chris? A very long time, to demonstrate the bipartisan nature of the support that we have for democratic freedoms in Hong Kong, in the House and in the Senate, bicameral and bipartisan. Mr. Speaker, Friday was a sad day and disturbing day for the people of Hong Kong and for all freedom-loving people as sentences were handed down to Martin Lee, a champion, a global champion of human rights, and to other pro-democracy leaders for engaging in peaceful protest. This afternoon, 3 days after that distressing development, I had the privilege to speak with activists from the Hong Kong Democracy Council. It was an inspiration to hear how they and the people of Hong Kong are responding to China's crackdown. They are responding with great courage, how the dream of real autonomy cannot be extinguished by injustice or intimidation. In our conversation earlier today and all my communications with Hong Kongers, they asked that the United States Congress continue to speak out to support their aspirations for the freedoms that they were promised. We were there when they promised them, right, Chris? Today, with this resolution, Congress is honoring that call. Thank you, Chairman Meeks, Ranking Member McCall again, and Representatives Bera and Malinowski, the distinguished chair of the China Executive Commission, Mr. McGovern, for their work on this important legislation. House Resolution 130 condemns the continued violation of rights and freedoms of the people of Hong Kong by the People's Republic of China and the government of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. It states that China continues to, quote, disregard its international legal obligation under the Joint Declaration, which mandates, among other pledges, that Hong Kong would enjoy a high degree of autonomy and, quote, the personal rights and freedoms of the people of Hong Kong would be protected by the law. And this resolution today makes clear that China has trampled on its promises, including its draconian so-called national security law used to target and round up peaceful protesters under the guise of terrorism. The disqualification of pro-democracy candidates from participating in the September 6 Legislative Council elections. The indictment and arrest for 6 Hong Kong activists living overseas, as the distinguished chairman pointed out, including here in the United States, and the arrest of and sentences of a dozen pro-democracy activists, including, as was mentioned, Joshua Wong and Agnes Chow, Ivan Lam, and opposition leaders, the Hong Kong 12, of this past December and January. Again, I mentioned Martin Lee. The United States Congress has always supported Hong Kong on a bipartisan, bicameral basis, and we remain laser-focused on efforts to support Hong Kong's effort to maintain and grow the rule of law and freedom of speech in their home. And we are determined to hold China accountable. Our response must include further strengthening our work with international coalitions. This has to be multilateral. Passing legislation in addition to this resolution to support Hong Kong, building on the passage of the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act of 2019. Our legislative response must also address the plight of Uyghurs and Tibetans and the violation of their rights in China. And we must continue to use our platform to speak out about Beijing's crackdown on the global stage and ensure that the voices that the Chinese government are trying to silence are heard. In response to our focus must be on human rights. As I always say, if we do not speak out for human rights in China because of commercial interest, then we lose all moral authority to speak out on human rights anywhere in the world. That is why I've been stating and fighting, as we have together since 1991, when I went to Tiananmen Square and unfurled a black and white banner reading, "To those who died for democracy." Ever since, many of us have fought to ensure human rights and trade are firmly linked, from sponsoring the U.S.-China Act in 1993 to 1994, urging China to deny most favored nations the goods made by the PLA in the prisons. Mr. Smith, Mr. Frank Wolf went there and saw the evidence of prison labor goods being sent to the U.S. and corporate America just ignoring the whole thing. In 2000, fighting efforts to give China a blank check when it failed to comply with its market commitments of the WTO, and they still continue to do that. We cannot allow economic interests to blind our moral injustice, us to moral injustices committed by China. On Friday, in a speech to court, the storied Hong Kong attorney Margaret Ng quoted Sir Thomas More, the patron saint of the legal profession, who was tried for treason because he would not bend the law to the king's will. Margaret Ng ended her statement by paraphrasing his final famous words, "I stand the law's good servant, but the people's first. For the law must serve the people, not the people the law." With that, I support an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote for this resolution for the Congress's continued bipartisan, bicameral work to support the people of Hong Kong in the face of Beijing's exploitation of and assault on the law. It's a very important piece of legislation. I'm so glad it's going to have bipartisan support. Urgent I vote and yield back the balance of my time. With grateful to the chair and the ranking member of the committee. Thank you.
The gentleman from California yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
First, let me thank the Speaker for coming down on the floor to give personal remarks. I know she has a busy schedule, but this really honors and shows her commitment to human rights in Hong Kong and all around the world. Mr. Speaker, I was proud to join the chairman in leading this measure to condemn the egregious violations of Hong Kong's freedoms. Chinese Communist Party's relentless oppression of the people of Hong Kong is not a Republican or Democrat issue. We are united as Americans in standing with Hong Kongers. Hong Kong's pro-democracy movement has inspired people around the world to fight for liberty over tyranny. But in June of last year, the Chinese Communist Party used its sham legislature to enforce a dystopian national security law on Hong Kong. This law criminalizes basic civil liberties. It violated China's treaty commitments. It destroyed the one country, two systems model of autonomy. And it inserted the CCP's police state into Hong Kong to crush dissent. Since it passed, CCP has purged pro-democracy lawmakers from the government while arresting the CCP's political enemies. Unfortunately, the CCP's human rights abuses in Hong Kong are far from over. Chairman Meek's resolution continues our bipartisan work to call out the CCP's abuses and stand with the people of Hong Kong. And so with that, I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. Reserves, excuse me. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health and Human Rights, and has been a champion for human rights more than most people have been in this Congress, maybe combined. I don't know. But with that, I yield to the gentleman.
I thank my good friend, the ranking member, for his kind remarks. Thank him for his leadership on this resolution, as well as Chairman
The gentleman,
Meeks.
New Jersey is recognized for
Thank
3
you,
minutes.
And Chairman Meeks, thank you for your leadership on this. It's a bipartisan resolution, and it's very much needed right now. It condemns the ongoing violations of human rights and the rule of law in Hong Kong perpetrated by the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping and the government of Hong Kong itself. As the author of the House-passed bipartisan Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act signed into law last Congress, which I first introduced in 2014, again in 2015, 17, and then for a final time in 2019, I want to just thank the Speaker for putting that legislation before this body. The Speaker mentioned a moment ago how we've worked for well over 30 years on combating human rights abuses in China, whether it be Tibet, the ongoing repression and now genocide against the Uyghurs, the religious freedom, which has now become nothing but persecution against people of all faiths, as well as the Falun Gong. We have worked very, very close together and believed, going back to right after Tiananmen Square, that linkage of human rights with trade was the only way to effectuate systemic change. And regrettably, we have lost so far that linkage. But again, now we're seeing manifestations, particularly in Hong Kong, and could Taiwan be next, where all of the promises that were made, and there were solemn promises made by the dictatorship in Beijing. The basic law is now being violated with impunity. And of course, there's a Sino-UK agreement that is being violated. This is international treaty. And there's the Chinese dictatorship, one by one, arresting the best and the bravest and the brightest of Hong Kong and putting them into prison for long prison sentences. As the Speaker noted a moment ago, we just saw that Joshua Wong got an additional jail sentence on his already 13 and a half months jail sentence. We know what a great man, a young man, the future of Hong Kong that he represents, of freedom and inclusion. He now is languishing in prison. Martin Lee, I met Martin Lee in Hong Kong in the early 1990s, and he suggested to me that someday he may find himself in prison. He said, but it's worth it for human rights and for democracy. He is an absolutely brave and an absolutely principled lawyer, a former member of the Hong Kong Legislative Council, and he too has been convicted under this crackdown on democracy promotion in Hong Kong. So there's also many, many others. Jimmy Lai, I should say, he and 5 others, 4 counting plus himself, were just sentenced last Friday. So this is happening in real time, every single day. And you know, once you're arrested, once you're put into prison, the bully boys of the Hong Kong police make sure that you suffer, and you suffer intensely. So I want to thank again Chairman Meeks for bringing this forward, and of course my good friend Mr. McCall. Yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Meyer, a member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as 130, a resolution condemning the violations of the basic rights and freedoms of the people of Hong Kong. As part of the 1984 Sino-British Joint Declaration on Hong Kong, the People's Republic of China made a series of commitments that Hong Kong would retain a high degree of autonomy, that its social and economic systems would remain unchanged until at least 2047, and that the personal rights and liberties of the people of Hong Kong would be protected by the law. Yet we continue to see the PRC infringe on Hong Kong's sovereignty and its people's freedoms. It has been made abundantly clear that the People's Republic of China has no intention of keeping its promises. And most recently, the PRC forced through the draconian but mundane-sounding Law of the People's Republic of China on safeguarding national security in the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. This law casts an authoritarian net over Hong Kong and has empowered a crackdown on vaguely worded political crimes like subversion and collusion with foreign powers. From day one, that law has been abused, with the people of Hong Kong arrested for such crimes as wearing stickers or T-shirts with disagreeable slogans. The rapid erosion of Hong Kongers' rights and freedoms is absolutely unacceptable, and it is past time that the PRC and the puppet government it has installed in Hong Kong be condemned in the strongest possible terms. I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution to send a clear message that we in the United States will not stand by as the rights and freedoms of the people of Hong Kong are stripped away. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan yields back. The gentleman from New York, gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. If the gentleman from Texas is ready to close.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am prepared to close and yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, sadly, we no longer see American flags waving over thousands of peaceful protesters in the streets of Hong Kong. Displaying our symbol of liberty has become a criminal act, punishable by life in prison. But even though the freedom-loving people of Hong Kong can no longer publicly ask for our support, we still hear these pleas. Congress hears them. The American people hear them. And it's more important than ever that we continue to stand with her, with the people of Hong Kong. So I want to thank Chairman Meeks for bringing this resolution, which I was proud to join as a lead co-sponsor, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, first let me thank the ranking member for making sure we make a unified, strong, bipartisan statement, and to all of my colleagues on the Foreign Affairs Committee on both sides of the aisle, because H.Res. 130 sends a strong and unequivocal message. The United States stands firmly in support of the people of Hong Kong and the rights, freedoms, autonomy they are promised in the Joint Declaration and Basic Law. This resolution signals that the House's support of the people of Hong Kong and their struggle for democracy shall not waver and shall remain firm and resolute. So I hope that all of my colleagues will join Ranking Member McCall and myself in supporting this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back the balance of his time. All time has been yielded back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 130? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Speaker,
the gentleman is recognized.
I would like to request the yeas and nays and recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1251, Cyber Diplomacy Act of 2021, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1251, a bill to support United States international cyber diplomacy and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1251 as amended.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1251, the Cyber Diplomacy Act of 2021, as amended by my good friend and the Foreign Affairs Committee's ranking member, Mr. McCall, and I thank him for his work on this important bill. This Congress, the House Foreign Affairs Committee, aims to prioritize efforts to reassert American leadership on a variety of issues. And I can't think of any issue that's more timely than ensuring American leadership is prepared to confront the growing national security challenge in cyberspace. The U.S. is increasingly under attack online by foreign actors. Whether it's the recent SolarWinds hack or other attempted cyber intrusions on critical American infrastructure, now more than ever, we need a senior cyber diplomat who can support American efforts to keep the internet open, interoperable, reliable, and secure. To demonstrate how seriously the United States takes these issues, it is vital that we strengthen the State Department's tools to address the challenges in cyberspace to American foreign policy. The State Department needs a bureau capable and focused on tackling the growing global challenges of cybersecurity, the digital economy, and internet freedom in order to better prepare to advance America's international interests on cyber policy. And that, Madam Speaker, is exactly what this Cyber Diplomacy Act will do. Our allies and adversaries are prioritizing international engagement to set the standards and rules that govern the internet is structured and used. The United States has always been a leader in this space, and now is the time to redouble our efforts to ensure we remain an influential voice in establishing the rules of the road. It is critical that the United States prioritize our diplomatic efforts in this area and works with our partners and allies to establish agreed-upon norms. To keep the internet open and accessible, we must push back against countries that will exploit the internet to pilfer our intellectual property, hack into our country's most sensitive information, and who seek to derail international norms. This bill is critical to supporting these key priorities. It authorized the Bureau on Cyberspace Policy to lead the State Department's cyber diplomatic efforts, including on issues relating to international cybersecurity, internet access and freedom, and international cyber threats, including countering terrorist use of cyberspace. This bill also directs the President to devise a strategy related to U.S. engagement with foreign governments on international norms with respect to responsible state behavior in cyberspace. I'm also pleased that in authorizing this office, we make clear that bipartisan congressional intent that the Bureau of International Cyberspace Policy be comprised of a diverse workforce. Like the rest of our national security policy establishment, we know that ensuring a diverse and inclusive workforce improves the effectiveness of national security activities, and this bill makes that intent very clear. So, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to support this critical and, again, bipartisan measure that will reassert American leadership on this important issue. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased the House is considering the Cyber Diplomacy Act that I reintroduced this Congress with Chairman Meeks and a strong roster of bipartisan co-sponsors. I also want to thank my good friend from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin, my co-chair on the Congressional Cybersecurity Caucus. Over the past decade, he and I have worked very hard to advance critical cyber legislation, like the law that set up the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency at the Department of Homeland Security. With today's bill, we are taking the protection provided by CISA to the United States to the international stage. And as the chairman mentioned, providing rules of the road with which we do not have today. The United States has a strategic and economic interest in ensuring the internet remains open, reliable, and secure around the world. Unfortunately, not all governments agree. For example, Russia and China are aggressively promoting their vision of a, quote, cyber sovereignty, which emphasizes state control over cyberspace and tramples individual freedoms. That's why the United States and our allies must be prepared to advance our own vision for cyberspace. The Cyber Diplomacy Act gives the State Department the necessary tools to work with our allies and partners to stop the spread of misinformation, to stop cyber attacks, and to stop their imposition of their so-called cybersecurity. A new ambassador will be given authorities to establish critical cyber norms and standards that, Madam Speaker, do not exist today, to help define what is good behavior and what is bad. And let me say, when the SolarWinds attack occurred, in the past, there were no consequences to bad behavior with the Russians or the Chinese, and I was very supportive and proud that President Biden struck back with sanctions against Russia for this bad behavior. And that's what this office is really all about. Without these clear guidelines, it's not possible to mount a strong response to our adversaries' destructive behavior. This bill is long overdue. To me, it's the last piece in terms of our cyber role in the federal government, now taking it to the international stage with our allies around the world. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In closing, again, I want to thank Chairman Meeks and Mr. Langevin and all the bipartisan co-sponsors. The recent high-profile attacks remind us what happens in cyberspace is virtually and vitally important to the United States, our allies and partners around the world. This act will enhance our ability to protect and promote our national security, our ability to compete, and the freedoms and ideals America represents to the world. You know, a decade ago, we had to determine what is the cyber roles, or maybe even 15. What is the role of the federal government? We knew the Department of Defense and NSA had great offensive capabilities. We needed a civilian agency to work with the private sector to share threat information. And that became the beginning of the cybersecurity agency at the Department of Homeland Security. And of course, the FBI investigates. But we have never had any international norms or standards, or as the chairman said, rules of the road. This bill, as I said, is long overdue. The Russians influenced our elections with, finally, sanctions against them. But before that, little consequence occurred. When the Chinese stole 23 million security clearances, including my own, there was zero response from the United States of America. When these attacks occur, and when our intellectual property has been stolen, so much so that Keith Alexander, the NSA director, said it's the greatest transfer of wealth in human history, with no consequence. We finally shut down the Houston consulate, the Chinese consulate in Houston, because of the tremendous theft of intellectual property to the Texas Medical Center, my home state, including research and development on the vaccine, and then a Texas A&M professor being indicted for espionage, giving NASA data to the Chinese. This has to stop. This act, this diplomacy bill, cyber diplomacy bill, will ensure that at the international level, the United States is respected and that we're going to work with our allies to provide the norms and standards that are so desperately needed to better protect our interest and the interest of our allies. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields, the gentleman closes, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. Madam Speaker, H.R. 1251, the Cyber Diplomacy Act, introduced by my friend and ranking member, Mr. McCall, is bipartisan legislation again that is essential to America's national security in positioning our country to meet the current and future threats in cyberspace head on. This bill will give the State Department the tools it needs to further secure peace, stability, and economic prosperity for the United States in the cyber realm now and in the future. And again, I hope all of my colleagues join both Mr. McCall and myself in supporting this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields, the gentleman closes. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1251? Those in favor, as amended, those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to the Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to H.Res. 124, supporting the people of Belarus and their democratic aspirations and condemning the election rigging and subsequent violent crackdowns on peaceful protesters by the illegitimate Lukashenko regime as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 124, resolution supporting the people of Belarus and their democratic aspirations and condemning the election rigging and subsequent violent crackdowns on peaceful protesters by the illegitimate Lukashenko regime.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.Res. 124.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, today I rise in support of H.R. Res. 124. This resolution, introduced by my good friend and the chair of the Europe Subcommittee, Mr. Keating, is an excellent measure that solidifies this body's already strong bipartisan support for the people of Belarus, and I also thank the ranking member. After Alexander Lukashenko stole the August 9th, 2020 elections, the Belarusian people, led by thousands of women dressed in white and fearless opposition leaders, including Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, peacefully took to the streets in historic numbers to demand the right to chart their own democratic future, a future free of Lukashenko's dictatorial grip. Tragically, but unsurprisingly, these peaceful protesters were met with the same brutal, violent tactics that have defined Lukashenko's nearly 3-decade-long rule. In his desperate attempt to cling to power, thousands were beaten, injured, and illegally detained without due process by security forces. Meanwhile, critical access to the internet, international broadcasting, and other forms of communication expression were cut off to suppress dissent, control the flow of information, and prevent the opposition from organizing any further. But the resolve of the Belarusian people, the brave, peaceful protesters, the opposition in exile, and the vibrant Belarusian diaspora has not wavered. The resolve of the United States, our allies, and this body must not waver either. With the passage of this resolution, the House shines a spotlight on the illegitimacy of Lukashenko's regime and its abhorrent human rights violations. We must continue to build on the work of the Belarus Democracy, Human Rights, and Sovereignty Act of 2020, an effort led by another distinguished member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and as indicated by Ranking Member McCall, a longtime champion for human rights in Belarus, Mr. Smith of New Jersey, and we thank him for his work. By passing this good bipartisan resolution, the House will strengthen its longstanding commitment and record on democracy and human rights. We will continue to demonstrate that we stand in solidarity with the freedom-loving Belarusians who continue to struggle for their fundamental democratic and human rights every day. And we do this hand in hand with our allies and partners across the Atlantic. Madam Speaker, I stand today not only to support this measure, but in support of democracy and the sanctity of the democratic process and solidarity with the people of Belarus. This is a very important resolution, and I support it and urge all of my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm honored to join my colleagues today to express our support for the people of Belarus and their democratic aspirations. There's no question that Alexander Lukashenko rigged the presidential election in Belarus this past August. He is an illegitimate leader who will never be recognized by the community of democratic nations. The scale of the electoral fraud was unprecedented, as was the violent crackdown by Lukashenko's cronies afterwards. The reports of peaceful protesters being beaten, tortured, and arbitrarily detained and killed are appalling. And in a cowardly attempt to conceal their heinous crimes, the regime has repressed independent media, disrupted internet access, and expelled and detained countless journalists. Given this despicable human rights situation in Belarus, I commend the Biden administration's decision today to renew sanctions against 9 Belarusian state-owned enterprises. Despite the terror inflicted upon them, the Belarusian people have refused to relent. They continue to demand a free and fair vote. Their courage is truly inspiring. This resolution reminds the corrupt Lukashenko regime that the United States Congress supports the people of Belarus. We echo their calls for the immediate release of the more than 300 political prisoners and all those unlawfully detained by the regime. We also join them in demanding new free and fair elections to be held in Belarus. So with that, I urge all my colleagues to support this measure and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished chair of the Europe, Energy, the Environment, and Cyber Subcommittee, the esteemed member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and the author of this important bill, Representative William Keating of Massachusetts.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of House Resolution 124, and I want to thank my friend and chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Gregory Meeks from New York, for yielding and for his leadership on this issue. I want to thank my friend and colleague, the ranking member, Michael McCall from Texas, for his support and leadership, and a longtime leader of this cause, Representative Chris Smith, for his support, and thank them both for their bipartisan support. Today marks over 8 months since an openly fraudulent presidential election took place in Belarus. In that time, Belarusians have made it clear by marching in the street en masse with pronounced leadership of brave women that they want and need democracy in Belarus. Despite the peaceful nature of these events, protesters have been beaten and arrested, and opposition leaders have either been forced out of the country, like Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, or jailed, like Maria Kalesnikova. This resolution, inspired by the courage of those taking to the streets to defend democracy, makes it clear to the people of Belarus and to the international community that the United States House of Representatives has reviewed the facts and determined that the 2020 Belarus presidential election was neither free nor fair, and that Alexander Lukashenko cannot and must not be recognized as Belarus's legitimate president. The resolution also strongly condemns the heinous human rights violations that have been committed by Belarusian authorities and underlines that Belarus is a sovereign nation whose people have the right to self-determination. As chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Europe, I held a hearing in March where we heard firsthand from presidential candidate Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya about the unprecedented violence and verbal, physical, emotional, and sexual assault of peaceful protesters. In their fight for democracy, the Belarusian people have endured unprecedented repression, and many protesters have been left severely wounded, and at least 8 have been murdered by this reprehensible regime. Colleagues, this resolution is a vital signal of support for the democratic movement of Belarus, that their sacrifice will not be forgotten and their calls for recognition will not go unanswered. I urge my colleagues to pass this resolution and send a clear message that the United States is paying close attention to the human rights situation in Belarus and will continue to support the people of Belarus in their fight for a new, free, and fair election. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, Human Rights, and also the author of the Belarus Democracy, Human Rights, and Sovereignty Act that was signed into law last year.
The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, is recognized.
I thank my good friend for yielding and for his leadership, and Chairman Meeks. I especially want to thank Chairman Keating for authoring this very, very important resolution and for his hearing that he held in March on the situation in Belarus. Madam Speaker, the resolution condemns Alexander Lukashenko's ongoing and ever worsening brutality and a crackdown on peaceful protesters. As my colleagues know, the leading opposition presidential candidate, Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, who almost certainly won the election in August and helped form the Coordination Council as a means to seek a peaceful transition of power, needs our consistent and robust support and encouragement. Today, Ms. Tsikhanouskaya is in exile in Lithuania, where she continues to rally the Belarusian people and the world and to demand democracy and human rights for her nation, no matter how long it takes. More than 8 months have passed since the stolen August presidential election, and about 5 months since the president signed the Belarus Democracy, Human Rights, and Sovereignty Act of 2020. Let me point out to my colleagues that I first offered the Belarus Democracy Act in the year 2004. It was enacted into law, reauthorized in 2006 and 2011. And what it did was focus on visas and make people who are singled out ineligible to participating in our democracy and especially in our economic situation here in the United States. I was told I could not visit. I was denied a visa repeatedly, finally got there twice and raised human rights issues with Lukashenko himself. Let me just say that a resolution like this has real impact. Just last week, as a result of an outcry from human rights organizations, they released Tatiana Hatsura Yavorska, the director of the Watch Dogs Film Festival in Belarus, and they dropped the charges because of the outcry. So again, I want to thank Mr. Keating, the chairman, for doing this. Let me remind my colleagues, too, that the Russians continue to play a very, very destructive role in the country. This past week alone, Russian authorities detained
The gentleman's time has expired.
Yankonovich, a Russian, Belarusian lawyer. and also a
Gentleman's
US
time has
citizen.
expired.
I thank you. Urge passage.
Reserve.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Meyer, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee.
The gentleman from, you said Michigan, Mr. Myers, you're recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of HRS 124, a resolution to support the people of Belarus in their efforts against corruption and kleptocracy. On August 9, 2020, Belarus held a presidential election marred by credible reports of widespread election manipulation. And not surprisingly, the Belarusian dictator Alexander Lukashenko, who has ruled with an iron fist for nearly 3 decades, commanded an authoritarian 80% of the vote. Since August, Belarusians have taken to the streets peacefully to express their desire for self-determination. Instead of heeding their calls, the regime has responded with extreme violence, arbitrary detention, torture, and other systematic violations of human rights. This resolution sends a clear message that we in Congress support the Belarusian people and their aspirations for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. I urge a yes vote from all of my colleagues, because passage of this resolution will send a message that we in Congress stand against the violent crackdowns of the Lukashenko regime and with the people of Belarus. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves, and the gentleman from Texas is, New York is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is prepared to close.
Just very briefly, today the people of Belarus know that they are not alone, that they have the support of the United States Congress and the American people. I urge passage, and I yield back.
The gentleman closes. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you. Let me, again, I join with Ranking Member McCall that this resolution makes it clear that the United States will not be silent on human rights violations as perpetrated by the illegitimate Lukashenko's regime, and we stand with the Belarusian people and their peaceful fight for democracy. I hope we'll all join in supporting this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 124 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to.
Madam
and without,
Speaker, Madam Speaker,
gentleman from
I
Virginia.
move for the ayes and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question is postponed. Okay, we got another one. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 965, the Yali Act of 2021.
The clerk. I'm sorry? Does the gentleman wish to call the vote as amendment?
Yes.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 965, a bill to establish a comprehensive United States government initiative to build the capacity of young leaders and entrepreneurs in Africa and for other purposes.
Okay. Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 965.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 965, the Yali Act of 2021, introduced by Representative Karen Bass and Chris Smith. Since 2010, the Young African Leadership Initiative has been building the next generation of Africa's youth to lead the way in civic engagement, entrepreneurship, and business development. We must remember that by 2050, most of 1/3 of the world's population will be in Africa. And the United States must continue to forge strong ties with with our African partners and cultivate its youth for a future of principled leadership. And by helping Africa's young leaders, YALI remains an important avenue for promoting U.S. foreign policy goals in Africa. It will be key in strengthening our partnership with African countries and create the pathway for Africa's youth to make positive and enduring impacts on their communities. And so, if passed, H.R. 965 will provide a strong mandate for the implementation and congressional oversight of YALI and its key initiatives, including the U.S.-based Mandela Washington Fellowship and the regional leadership centers established throughout sub-Saharan Africa. This, too, is a very important bill, and I support it and urge my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, was recognized.
Yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 965, the Young African Leaders Initiative Act, led by Representatives Bass and Representative Smith. YALI provides fellowship opportunities at U.S. universities and other training programs at regional centers throughout the sub-Saharan Africa on leadership skills, entrepreneurship, and effective public administration. Not only is this an investment in the future generations of African leaders, but this is also effective diplomacy. At the time when the Chinese Communist Party is ramping up exchange programs across the continent and establishing Confucius Institutes, programs like YALI are critical to providing alternate opportunities. I urge my colleagues to support this important measure, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves?
Nope, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished President of the NATO Parliamentarian Assembly and esteemed member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Representative Jerry Connolly of Virginia.
The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my distinguished friend from New York, the distinguished chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. I rise on behalf of Ms. Bass, the author of this legislation, the Young African Leaders Initiative Act of 2021. The chairman has described the bill. This is an important piece of legislation as we help try to nourish and develop the next generation of African leadership. This is an important initiative for the United States to build on those ties, to build those bridges. I commend Congresswoman Bass for her leadership on the YALI program for this legislation. I urge its passage, and I will insert the full statement of Ms. Bass at the record. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
For purposes of closing?
You're the only gentleman that's got time running.
Madam Speaker, I'll just say quickly, thanks to Representative Bass and Chris Smith. This will help build the next generation of Africa's youth, and I hope all of my colleagues will join in voting for this very important bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
You've
yielded back. I'm sorry, yes. I forgot that part, so thank you. Well, then the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 965 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I call for the ayes and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Which one has a different twist? For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1392, the Saudi Dissidents Protection Act of 2021 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2, a bill to protect Saudi dissidents in the United States and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1392 as amended. And I also ask to include in the congressional record an exchange of letters between me and the chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence on H.R. 1392.
Without objection.
I yield myself so much time as I may consume. I want to thank the Speaker, and I rise today in support of H.R. 1392, the Saudi Dissidents Protection Act of 2021, an important bill introduced by my good friend Jerry Connolly. Though Saudi Arabia has taken steps to reform, its progress has been marred by the Saudi government's brutality against dissidents, and most notably the detention and abuse of numerous peaceful protesters and the brutal killing of Washington Post journalist and U.S. resident Jamal Khashoggi. The Biden administration has the release of DNI report was a good step towards accountability for the killing of Jamal Khashoggi, but further steps need to be taken. And this bill imposes reasonable limits on U.S. weapons transfers to Saudi intelligence agencies shown to be involved in the killing of Jamal Khashoggi and the political repression until such repression and such abuse of descendants come to an end. So, in conclusion, let me be clear. Nothing in this legislation would deny the Saudi government the ability to defend its territory against attacks from external threats or inhibit its ability to defend the United States military, diplomatic personnel, or facilities in the kingdom. It is important that the United States stands clear on these matters, speaking loudly in defense of human rights and taking action when they are grossly violated. And with that, I ask the support of all my colleagues to vote for this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank Chairman Meeks and Representative Connolly for working on this compromise text for the Protection of Saudi Dissidents Act that strikes an important balance. The bill we are voting on today shows that we can strongly advocate for human rights in Saudi Arabia and for its nationals abroad without leaving Saudi Arabia and Americans in the region vulnerable to threats from Iran and other malign actors. This bill shows we can protect our values and our security interests at the same time. I urge all members to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, esteemed member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and author of this important bill, Representative Jerry Connolly.
The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, is recognized.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank again my good friend, Mr. Meeks, the distinguished chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I thank Mr. McCall, the ranking member. I thank my good friend from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, for their support on this bipartisan effort. We cannot sit idly by in this body and watch an American resident, my constituent, brutally murdered and dismembered in the consulate of Saudi Arabia in Istanbul, Turkey. We cannot allow that to go unaddressed. The human rights abuse that represents is all too characteristic of the methods used by certain forces in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia against dissidents. America remains the beacon of hope for those who seek freedom, basic, simple freedoms to express themselves politically, religiously, to be able to assemble peacefully. This bill ends the impunity against those voices of dissent. This bill provides that beacon of hope for so many who look to this body for protection and safe harbor. I urge passage of H.R. 1392, the Protection of Saudi Dissidents Act, which passed our committee unanimously with the enlightened leadership of our distinguished chairman, Gregory Meeks, who has always committed himself to human rights. And I urge the passage and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman has the only time running on the clock.
Is it time to close?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Let me just thank again Representative Jerry Connolly for this critical bill holding Saudi Arabia accountable for its brutal suppression of dissidents. Let me also additionally say this helps ensure that the Saudi diplomatic facilities are not used as a staging grounds for their efforts to suppress dissidents, and it's crucial that the United States stand strongly in defense of basic rights and freedom of expression and not allow U.S. weapons or support to be used by Saudi Arabia for the purposes of intimidating, abusing, or even killing peaceful Saudi dissidents. And I hope my colleagues will join me, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1392 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I call for the yeas and nays.
The gentleman has called for the yea and nays pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question is postponed. You want me to say this? Yep. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1996 as amended. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1996, a bill to create protections for financial institutions that provide financial services to cannabis-related legitimate businesses and service providers for such businesses and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Barbara Lee of California, pursuant to HRES 965, HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barbara Lee will vote yea on HR 1996.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Stefanik pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote yea on H.R. 1996. Is it a yea?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Congressman Cardenas pursuant House Resolution 8, I inform you that Congressman Cardenas will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 1996. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Carbajal, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Carbajal will vote yes on H.R. 1996. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Costa, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Costa will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Miss Laurie Trahan of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Resolution Number 8, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on H.R. 1996, the Safe Banking Act of 2021. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will also vote yes on H.R. 1996, the Safe Banking Act of 2001 as amended. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'm the member designated by Mr. Pocan under H.R. 8, and I inform the House that Mr. Pocan is voting aye on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on H.R. 1996. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Bass of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 1996. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Alma Adams of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Adams will vote aye on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As a member designated by Mr. Crenshaw, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will be voting aye on House Resolution 1996. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont pursuant to H.Res. 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jackson Lee will vote yes. She will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Green of Texas, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Omar pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Omar will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Higgins of New York pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Higgins will vote yes on HRES 1996.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Joyce Beatty will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Donalds of the state of Florida, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Donalds will vote yea on H.R. 1996. As the member As the member designated by Mr. Buchanan pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on H.R. 1996. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on H.R. 1996. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 1996. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
Purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on H.R. 1996.
Does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H.R. 1996. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on H.R. 1996. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 1996. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin and Mr. Mafumi of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Kind will vote yes on H.R. 1996, and Mr. Mafumi will vote yes on H.R. 1996.
On this vote, the yeas are 321, the nays are 101. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, to suspend the rules and agree to the House Resolution 130, on which the nays and the yeas are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 130, resolution condemning the continued violation of rights and freedoms of the people of Hong Kong by the People's Republic of China and the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the resolution, agree to the resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. Does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on H.Res. 130.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on H-Res 130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Alma Adams of North Carolina, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Adams will vote yes on H-Res 130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As member designated by Mr. Dan Crenshaw pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Dan Crenshaw will be voting aye on House Resolution 130. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mafumi of Maryland, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Mr. Mafumi will vote yes on H-Res 130. And as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to H-Res 8, I also inform the House that Mr. Kind will vote yes on H-Res 130.
Gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on H-Res 130. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on H-Res 130. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H-Res 130. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H-Res 130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Stefanik, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote yea on H-Res 130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
By Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H-Res 130.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Donalds of the state of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Donalds will vote yea on H-Res 130. As the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the state of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on H-Res 130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H-Res 130. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Carvajal, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Carvajal will vote yes on H-Res 138. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Costa, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Costa will vote yes on H-Res 130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on H-Res 130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H-Res 130.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H-Res 130.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H-Res 130.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Bass, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote yes on House Resolution 130.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H-Res 130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'm the member designated by Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin pursuant to House Resolution 8, and I inform the House Mr. Pocan votes aye on H.R. 130.
Purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Ms. Moore will vote yes on H.Res. 130. As a member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Ms. Barragan will vote yes on H.Res. 130. As a member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.Res. 130. As a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.Res. 130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Higgins of New York pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Higgins will vote yes on H-Res 130.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H-Res 130.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Joyce Beatty will vote yes on H-Res 130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jackson Lee will vote yes. She will vote yes on H-Res 130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Ms. Laurie Trahan of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Rule 8, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on the House Resolution 130, condemning the continued violation of rights and freedoms of the people of Hong Kong by the People's Republic of China and the Government of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will also vote yes on House Resolution 130, condemning the continued violation of rights and freedoms of the people of Hong Kong. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Congressman Cardenas pursuant House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Cardenas will vote yes on House Resolution 130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on HRS 130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on HRES 130. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on HRES 130.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Omar pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Representative Omar will vote yes on HRES 130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on House Resolution 1300.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Green of Texas, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote yes on HRES 130.
The gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Barbara Lee pursuant to HRES 8, I will inform the House that Ms. Barbara Lee will vote yes on HRES 130.
Vote, the yeas are 418, the nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion reconsidered is laid on the table.
Let me know you want me. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1083, the Southeast Asia Strategy Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1083, a bill to require a strategy for engagement with Southeast Asia and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro, and the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1083.
Right now. Without objection.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the bipartisan Southeast Asia Strategy Act, of which I'm a proud Democratic lead on the bill. In 2017, Congresswoman Wagner and I co-founded the Congressional Caucus on ASEAN to strengthen our nation's relationships in Southeast Asia. ASEAN and its member nations are of critical importance to the United States. Enduring organizations like ASEAN will be key to maintaining a free and open Indo-Pacific. The United States is already making key investments in the region alongside allies and partners like Japan, Australia, and India. Notably, the recent Quad commitment to fund, manufacture, and distribute vaccines across Southeast Asia. The Southeast Asia Strategy Act will build on these investments by reinforcing ASEAN's centrality as U.S. policy and directing the Secretary of State to develop a comprehensive plan for engaging the institution and the region it represents. This legislation comes at a crucial time for Southeast Asia, notably amidst the deteriorating situation in Myanmar following the recent military coup. Given the significant and rapidly developing events in the region, the Congress must send a message of the importance of the region by passing this bill. It's also important that the administration nominates a U.S. ambassador to ASEAN as quickly as possible. It's also imperative that the administration consistently sends senior officials to regional summits. Our nation needs a voice in Southeast Asia now more than ever. I urge my colleagues to pass this legislation and help build stronger ties between the United States and the peoples of Southeast Asia. I reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1083, the Southeast Asia Strategy Act, important legislation that I introduced to ensure the United States engages proactively and meaningfully in a critical region of the world. This powerhouse region joins the Indian and Pacific Ocean regions and serves as a conduit for global trade. The Southeast Asian states are increasingly vital to the prosperity of the U.S. economy, generating hundreds of thousands of American jobs. The People's Republic of China, eager to undermine U.S. interests in this key region, is aggressively working to expand its influence in Southeast Asia. It seeks to exploit its predatory investment development and trade policies, illegal military installations in the South China Sea, and disinformation campaigns to coerce countries to accept its agenda. The United States has long enjoyed strong relations with Southeast Asia, and it must now fully realize this strategic partnership. The Southeast Asia Strategy Act will ensure that the United States develops and communicates a coherent regional strategy that addresses all aspects of the relationship, from trade and humanitarian goals to diplomatic and security arrangements. We have a national interest in sustaining U.S. leadership in Southeast Asia, supporting human rights and respect for democratic freedoms, and articulating our strategic priorities. We will find willing partners in our many friends and allies in the region who share our grave concerns regarding China's belligerence and growing power. I want to thank Representative Castro, with whom I do co-chair the Congressional ASEAN Caucus, for his working with me along with this legislation. Congress's strong bipartisan support for U.S. engagement in Southeast Asia sends an unmistakable message of American resolve and leadership to the region. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1083, the Southeast Asia Strategy Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and so I reserve the balance of my time now.
The gentleman has the only time left.
Okay, I reserve as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, H.R. 1083, the Southeast Asia Strategy Act, introduced by Ms. Wagner, is important legislation that will recommit the United States to strengthening and deepening our ties to Southeast Asia and the ASEAN Economic Union. This bill will reinforce the United States' cooperation with countries in the Indo-Pacific region and lay the groundwork for improved engagement and increased prosperity for America and its partner nations. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1083? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For him? Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 241, Tropical Forest and Coral Reef Conservation Reauthorization Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 241, a bill to reauthorize the Tropical Forest and Coral Reef Conservation Act of 1998.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Chabot, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 241.
Without objection.
And I would yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 241, the Tropical Forest and Coral Reef Conservation Reauthorization Act of 2021, introduced by Mr. Chabot. This Congress, the House Foreign Affairs Committee, aims to reprioritize and redouble our legislative efforts related to the environment, conservation, and climate change. Climate change already poses a significant threat, and what we do now will significantly impact how damaging climate change will be in the years to come. If we don't act now, we will fail to mitigate the adverse effects posed by climate change. We'll see growing food insecurity, migration, and conflict, threatening our shared interests and security. President Biden has already set a positive, ambitious agenda for international climate action. His first summit, the Climate Leaders Summit, will take place this very week on April 22nd, during which the United States will reclaim its leadership role in galvanizing international support for protecting our planet. We will continue to work closely with other nations in the lead up to the UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow this November and beyond, understanding that nothing short of an international response can meet this incredible challenge. We have our work cut out for us, no doubt, which was why I'm pleased to bring forward this excellent bipartisan measure that would reauthorize the Tropical Forest and Reef Conservation Act. This highly successful Debt for Nature program has yielded tangible environmental benefits and returns on investment since first enacted in 1998. It offers eligible countries the opportunity to reduce debt owed to the United States when they invest in local ecologically and economically vital forest and coral reef ecosystems. It's a win-win situation. According to the Congressional Research Service, since 1998, restructured debt agreements have saved more than 67 million acres of tropical forest in countries such as Botswana, Brazil, the Philippines, and Indonesia. They help strengthen civil society in conservation and environmental protection efforts and build public-private partnerships in developing countries, thereby advancing U.S. international development and democracy objectives. Furthermore, these agreements help reduce the debt in these developing countries, lessening fiscal pressures, promoting capital market reforms, and stimulating economic growth while helping to protect the environment. The world's forests are nature's lungs, and the ocean's coral reefs support a quarter of all marine life. This legislation puts in place economic incentives that can help drive good environmental stewardship while promoting robust democracies and economic growth overseas. I'm pleased to support this important bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I rise this evening in support of H.R. 241, the Tropical Forest and Coral Reef Conservation Act of 2021, bipartisan legislation that I introduced along with my Democratic colleague, Mr. Sherman of California, earlier this year. Developing countries are home to some of the world's most endangered and biologically diverse tropical forests and coral reefs. These critical ecosystems support the livelihoods of local populations, not to mention an abundance of animal species. Coral reefs are critical to the world's fish stocks and are magnets for tourism and the accompanying economic growth. It's in the interest of the whole world to protect and responsibly manage both tropical rainforests and coral reefs. Unfortunately, however, whether it's deforestation, pollution, overfishing, or some other cause, these vital natural resources are threatened across the globe. Today's legislation seeks to safeguard tropical forests and coral reefs by revitalizing the Tropical Forest Conservation Act of 1998. Since the introduction of this legislation 23 years ago, this effort has been led by Ohio's great Senator, Rob Portman, who was in the House at that time and is leading the effort. Rob Portman is again in the Senate before he leaves office. Congressman Sherman and I were co-sponsors of that effort back in 1998, and we are proud of its results over the years. This program has already protected, as my colleague from Texas mentioned, 67 million acres of tropical forests across the globe. In terms of carbon emission, that's the equivalent of taking 11 million cars off the road. This program does development right. It forgives debt which some developing nations owe the United States in exchange for investment in local conservation. And instead of providing a handout with questionable results, the debt forgiveness comes with requirements that ensure that the money grows local economies and benefits those who rely on healthy ecosystems the most. Also, by assisting developing countries to properly manage and sustainably develop their own resources, it follows the old adage of teaching a man to fish, so that the American taxpayer doesn't have to keep providing the fish. Our constituents back home are rightfully skeptical oftentimes about foreign aid because we have a lot of ineffective programs that spend their money year after year without moving countries towards self-sufficiency or self-reliance. We owe it to the American taxpayers to ensure that aid programs are targeted, effective, and come to an end. H.R. 241 is all three. Further, due to the peculiar structure of the type of debt this program forgives, developing countries would not have been paying back the portion that we're forgiving anytime soon anyway. A lot of it has already been outstanding for 10, 20, or even 30 years. Since the U.S. is unlikely to recoup the debt in a reasonable time frame anyway, we might as well get something in return that benefits those countries, benefits us, and really benefits the entire world and those ecosystems and those forests and the animals that reside there and the coral reefs and the fish and other life that is there. So really it benefits so many. Finally, our legislation is one more tool to counter China. Whereas China's One Belt, One Road initiative oftentimes produces corrupt, elite-centered, get-rich-quick debt traps, our program is exactly the opposite. It brings transparency to natural resource management by engaging civil society, focuses on the people who depend on these ecosystems for food and economic activity instead of on elites, fosters sustainable development, and is debt forgiveness instead of a debt trap, which the Belt and Road Initiative oftentimes gets these countries in a huge debt trap that they never get out of, and China benefits instead of the countries that one think might benefit from the Belt and Road. With this program, the State Department can showcase the U.S. development model and bring real gains in the developing world. It's in the interest of the whole world to protect tropical forests and coral reefs. This program does so in a targeted, proven, sustainable way and pays for it by forgiving debt we would never have seen repaid anyway. In my mind, this is a win for the taxpayer, a win for the developing countries, a win for America, and a win for the whole world. So I would urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I want to again thank Brad Sherman, a Democratic congressman from California, for his co-sponsorship and his leadership on this, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further requests for time, and so I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I don't think we have any other speakers on our side, so I'll close by saying this is really a good bill. I want to thank Rob Portman also for his leadership on this here in the House when he was here, and then over in the Senate. We took this up after he left the House and have been working on it for years. And I want to thank Mr. Sherman and a lot of Republicans and Democrats for working on this together. This is bipartisan legislation that really does benefit the whole world. I wish we did more stuff like this around here. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, H.R. 241, introduced by Mr. Shabbat, is a bipartisan bill that reauthorizes the Tropical Forest and Coral Reef Conservation Act. The debt for nature swaps created by this program have been highly successful in generating support for tropical forest or coral reef conservation activities in exchange for relieving debt owed to the United States government. This bill is a win-win, protecting forest and coral reef ecosystems, lessening the fiscal burden of low-income countries, and stimulating economic growth in local communities. I hope my colleagues, both Republican and Democrat, will join me in supporting this bill. I yield the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 241? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Top of the black fonts.
Just the black.
Whenever you are ready.
Okay. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I wish to deliver a 1-minute speech.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Robert Leader, as his name would suggest, was a natural leader, loved by the thousands of students whose lives he lifted. I, for one, would not be here were it not for Robert Leader, who set me on a trajectory that led from public housing in the Bronx to the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. My story is a mere footnote in the much larger legacy of public service that Robert Leader left behind after his passing in 2018. Mr. Leader entered public education in the 1960s as a Spanish teacher. In the late 70s, he rose to become the principal of Herbert H. Lehman High School in the Bronx, a position he held for nearly 3 decades, making him at the time the longest-serving educator in America's largest city. As principal, he knew the name of every student. He held everyone around him to the highest standards, but he held himself to the highest standard of all. We, the alumni of Lehman High School, will always love you, Mr. Leader. We will never forget you. I will not always be a member of Congress, but I will always be the grateful student of the greatest educator I have ever known. Robert Leader, may you rest in peace.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Week of the Young Child. Sponsored by the National Association for the Education of Young Children, the Week of the Young Child focuses on celebrating early learning, young children, their teachers, families, and communities. This year's celebration took place from April 10th to the 16th. The National Association for the Education of Young Children first established the Week of the Young Child in 1971. Recognizing the early childhood years lay the foundation for children's success in school and later in life. Children's earliest years are the most important when it comes to shaping their learning and development. High-quality early care and educational services directly correlates to the health and well-being of our communities. Madam Speaker, with more than 400 child care facilities in my district, and as a senior member of the Education Labor Committee, I understand the importance of quality early care and education experiences as well as access to high-quality care. Madam Speaker, let's take a moment to recognize the vital work performed by early child care and education professionals and express our gratitude. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as co-chair of the Bipartisan Congressional Ukraine Caucus, I rise today with deep concern regarding the Kremlin's increased aggression toward our ally, Ukraine. Currently, Russia is amassing troops in and close to Ukraine. Ukrainian officials estimate about 80,000 Russian troops are amassed on its border. U.S. European Command General Todd Walters said the current Russian force mirrors the size of the infiltration of forces that occurred back in 2014 when Russia illegally invaded Ukrainian territory. This aggression serves one purpose: Russia's hybrid warfare to threaten the security of the transatlantic alliance. I am so grateful to President Biden for his exceptional leadership and support for Ukraine, and I agree completely that there must be serious consequences should Russia escalate further. I am also thankful for the administration's latest round of punitive sanctions on Russia given its malign behavior, and to strengthen Ukraine's deterrence capabilities, our caucus spearheaded efforts to increase Ukraine's defense assistance funding by $25 million up to $275 million in fiscal year 2021, and to place mandatory sanctions on Nord Stream 2. Our caucus stands ready to support NATO and the Transatlantic Alliance to ensure the protection of Ukraine's sovereignty. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise out of great concern for the violence and looting that has been taking over in Minneapolis. Even more troubling is a seeming endorsement and, yes, incitement of it by members of this body. It's unconscionable that a member of Congress sent to Washington to make the laws that govern our nation would encourage Americans to disregard those laws. Yet one of our Democrat colleagues, only one day after 136 rioters were arrested, called for protesters to stay on the street, get more active, and get more confrontational against our law enforcement, urging this escalation by asking protesters to ignore the citywide curfew. Hours later, that inevitable escalation did occur, with National Guardsmen and police being fired upon. These are very dangerous actions. Is this the standard by which we want this House to represent the people of this country? That incitement? I recall a lot of talk some months ago about a much lesser speech being insightful, language much less geared towards that, being insightful, yet it happens here. Strong action needs to be taken by Speaker Pelosi and this House against these types of words. I yield back.
Once time is expired. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
And I thank the Speaker, and I rise tonight to discuss one of the most important problems facing our country, and that is security on our southern border. I don't think there's any question that most Americans agree that our immigration system is broken. But before we can fix it, we have to address the crisis at our southern border. And let's be clear, what is happening at the border is a crisis. In fact, the President admitted as much recently. His commander of Public Health Service at the Convention Center in Dallas, when I went to visit there, maintained that they were in crisis management. So you don't manage a crisis unless you're in a crisis. It is a crisis. It's a humanitarian crisis. The policies being put forward by this administration, basically absolutely opening the border, are in fact inhumane. Smugglers, traffickers, foreign banks are profiting and enticing a hopeless people into sending their children or themselves to make this dangerous journey to unlawfully cross our southern border. These bad actors know how to manipulate our laws to their advantage. Putting forward policies that make it easier for them to do so is in fact wrong. During the month of March, record numbers of unaccompanied alien children were referred to the Office of Refugee Resettlement at the Department of Health and Human Services. The total number of people coming in without authorization is the highest it's been in 15 years. Customs and Border Protection encountered over 170,000 individuals along our southern border attempting to cross without authorization. Many of them were single adults. Over the last month, members from both sides of the aisle, both sides of the Capitol, flocked to our southern border to see and assess the situation for themselves. They held press conferences, they did television interviews and press releases. Yet the reaction from the White House was one of denial. A little less than 30 days ago, President Biden named Vice President Harris to be the point person for the administration to bring a resolution to the problems on our southern border. But the Vice President has not ventured to the southern border. She's not had a press conference about what is happening, and certainly we've seen no plan. It was announced last week that she would be traveling to the Northern Triangle countries of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. This would be a great first step. But to fully understand what is happening, Madam Vice President, you need to visit our southern border. Right now, hundreds of thousands of people come across our southern border from Mexico and from the Central American countries through Mexico, and among these thousands are unaccompanied children who are used as pawns to take advantage of the administration not enforcing our immigration laws. Now, smugglers have no issue with using these children as pawns. From the numbers, we know that America is one of the most generous countries in the world when it comes to accepting migrants. Through our nation's legal immigration process, we welcome over 1 million immigrants into America each year. To be clear, these are immigrants who are going through the normal and correct process, waiting in line and following our laws. But how discouraging must it be for them to watch as others take full advantage of our laws not being enforced because of Washington putting forward poor policy. Despite the generosity of the American people, others remain intent on entering our country without the full benefit of the law behind them. To better understand this problem, it's perhaps important to examine its roots. In 2018, it was important for me to visit Northern Triangle countries for myself to see the situation on the ground, to assess the situation, and determine how the United States can better help and better address the root causes of irregular migration. The Energy and Commerce Committee, which I'm a member of, does not oversee foreign policy, but it does have jurisdiction over the Department of Health and Human Services and subsequently the Office of Refugee Resettlement, which does take care of children who end up in the United States from one of those Northern Triangle countries. I learned that there are different drivers for people to migrate from each of those countries. There is, unfortunately, corruption at the highest levels of governments in that region. One common theme, however, is campaign rhetoric that places a "open for business" sign on our border. The vast majority of people in the Northern Triangle countries do live below the poverty level and lack the job opportunities to escape these conditions. In El Salvador, there are problems with gangs, and the gangs are violent, medieval levels of violence and brutality. Many of the individuals serving in their government are holdovers from revolutionaries in the Civil War, which ended over 20 years ago. Honduras is a country that is a through point for narcotics trafficking, and as a consequence has many of the problems that you would imagine would be attendant with that type of activity. The current president ran for a second term, although law limited him to a single term, but the Supreme Court gave him a favorable decision. Unfortunately, he won with a very bare majority that only was determined many days after, at some significant time after the election. Stop me if you've ever heard of this before. But the Honduran president is now subject to extensive protests throughout his country that question the legitimacy of his presidency. I will say that the First Lady of Honduras, who has headed a task force aimed at addressing irregular migration, is performing a valuable service. The desire to make change is present, but some of the resources and capacity are lacking. In Guatemala, corruption is rampant at every level of government. There are only a couple of ministers who can be trusted. The corruption is, in this case, exacerbated by term limits because the president can only serve one term, and apparently there is a notion in the country that it is important for the president to prepare for the life after the presidency while they're in office. So they do not have their focus on performing in the public good. There is also a significant prejudice against some of the indigenous people in the western highlands of Guatemala. These individuals do make up the majority of migrants who are leaving Guatemala. Guatemala, unfortunately, has one of the highest rates of malnutrition in the world. And there is very little effort to combat this because of the lack of resolve of their central government. In my travels to the Northern Triangle, I learned that there are people in those countries who do desire their children to stay home. They understand the difficulty, the danger in exporting all of your young people. They do not want irregular migration. They do not want mass migration to happen. However, unfortunately, their governments have yet to eradicate the corruption from within. For example, they do not prohibit financial institutions from contributing to the problem of these desperate populations. The financing of human trafficking from these countries is extremely profitable. Beyond the danger to the migrant, the journey from the Northern Triangle to our southern border is not cheap. It varies what the estimates are, but families take out loans from $1,000 to $3,000 to $6,000 to $10,000 in order to smuggle someone to the United States. Children that enter the United States will sometimes go to work to send remittances back to their home so that their family is able to pay off the loan. In fact, it's estimated that as much as 20% of the GDP of Honduras comes in the form of remittances. So it's disturbing to learn that legitimate banks and Northern Triangle companies may be, in this way, aiding the human smuggling trade. It does seem like it is being fueled by cash from sources from which it should not come. One clear solution to the corruption in these countries is to give more aid to the Bureau of International Narcotics Control and Law Enforcement, a United Nations organization, to non-governmental organizations and nonprofits, the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, the International Organization for Migration, and other non-governmental entities. In addition, the United States Development Finance Corporation, previously known as the Overseas Private Investment Corporation, is facilitating needed investment in the region, and numerous nonprofits and NGOs have set up programs to help poverty-stricken and recent returnees. One of my fears is what you hear discussed, increasing the amount of aid to Central American countries will help with this problem. I would simply argue that the money not necessarily go to the governments who are not doing their job, but to these non-governmental agencies and USAID, the U.S. Development Finance Corporation, which will provide the economic benefit needed by the people who find it necessary to undergo that irregular migration because their economic circumstances are so dire. In other words, the governments are not the ones who need the aid. The aid needs to be placed in the hands of those who can and will help the people. The answer to this humanitarian crisis is to not give more aid to the government of the countries that are failing, but to keep supporting the community building organizations that are on the ground and working to serve their people. In line with this solution, in September of 2018, I introduced HRES 1092, expressing the sense of the House that the President should redirect foreign assistance given to El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras away from the central governments and toward driving the causes of illegal immigration in the United States to those non-governmental organizations. I've reintroduced this as HRES 17 in this Congress. The inability of the central government of those countries to deal with and solve these issues has left over half of their populations living in poverty. In fact, millions of El Salvadorans, Guatemalans, and Honduras face hunger at some point each year. This is why foreign assistance must be targeted toward the municipal and regional governments in these countries, as well as community building organizations that have a direct impact on the lives of the people. Simply giving more aid to the central governments when it is not getting to where it is needed is unlikely to solve the problem. The amount of foreign assistance it could be determined by multiplying the number of unaccompanied alien children from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, and redirecting that amount for each country to these non-central government entities. Focusing on where aid is directed is an essential part of the solution. That's why in December of 2018, I offered an amendment to the Department of Defense Appropriations Act to redirect foreign aid to non-governmental organizations in Northern Triangle countries and Mexico from being given to the central government. Instead, this funding would only be given to regional or municipal governments or educational institutions in these countries, private entities or other non-governmental organizations, faith-based organizations, operating in these countries. To keep individuals, particularly unaccompanied alien children, from arriving at our southern border, the help necessary to make their homes safer and more prosperous is not through their central governments, but for institution building in other areas that can provide them the help they need. To show that we are serious and to demonstrate to the central governments of the Northern Triangle countries that the United States cannot be constant caretakers for their children, to that end, I have introduced several times the Unaccompanied Children Assistance Control Act to withhold aid from El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras by the amount of children in federal custody due to their immigration status, multiplied by a multiplier, which is the estimated cost of caring for one unaccompanied alien child. We should not be surprised that the reversal of the previous administration's immigration policies led to an influx of unlawful crossings at our southern borders. I would take issue with the fact that this is said to be a cyclical uptick. Yes, there are cyclical variations to the number of people who do cross our southern border, but this one is not a cyclical uptick. This influx is a direct result of a policy choice made by the Biden administration. We faced a similar crisis in 2014 when President Biden was vice president, and President Obama's administration instituted a dangerous catch-and-release policy that led to a flood of unauthorized migrants and unaccompanied minors coming across our southern border. Instead of keeping those who made unauthorized crossings in custody, our immigration and enforcement agencies were required to release those individuals into our country. People were given a court date, but few, if any, would actually appear. Beyond missing a court date, unauthorized migrants took advantage of our system, and unfortunately, the diversion, with so many people coming across the border, the diversion of the attention of our law enforcement officials on the border have allowed for the importation, the free importation of drugs like fentanyl and heroin across our border. Due to those failures, it is understandable why the previous administration instituted a policy that required the enforcement of our laws. For 4 years, we listened to members of Congress have these discussions on the border and in the halls of Congress about the misfortune of those who've crossed into our country without the benefit of citizenship. But what exactly does it mean to put forward a zero-tolerance policy? It means enforcing the laws and giving needed support to our frontline border officials. No one wants to see a child separated from their parents. This is a problem that Congress needs to fix. It's a problem that Congress can fix. To understand why this has happened, we look back to the court case of Reno versus Flores in 1997. We look at the asylum laws that were passed late in 2008. The Flores settlement prohibited the detention of children from a non-contiguous country for more than 20 days. After those 20 days, they are placed in the care of the Office of Refugee Resettlement if they cannot be reunited with family. Previously, when adults attempted to cross into the United States without authorization, they were placed in an immigration detention to await an immigration hearing. But due to a backlog of immigration cases, these adults were being held longer than 20 days. If they entered with a child, the Flores settlement required that the child be released. Therefore, the adults were also being released, and with them, very few ever showed up for their immigration proceedings. It changed during the Trump administration. They held unauthorized adults rather than releasing them, and if they entered with children, those children were placed in the care of the Office of Refugee Resettlement. People claimed this was inhumane. Is enforcing our laws inhumane? Then we need to change the law. But it seems like what is inhumane is incentivizing an already desperate people to make a dangerous journey to our southern border. To do that in the first place seems inhumane. We must realize that far too many children are being smuggled into our country by adults who want to prey on the generosity of Americans. A significant number of those of adults with children are not even a biologic relative to the child with whom they enter. Traffickers, cartels, and smugglers know how to take advantage of a humanitarian crisis. Being a father and a grandfather, I truly mean it when I say that no one wants to separate a child from their parents. That's why on September 25th, during the Rules Committee hearing, I offered an amendment requiring a plan to promptly reunify children in the custody of the Office of Refugee Resettlement. It's not inhumane to enforce laws. Putting forth policies that allow children to be used as pawns is itself inhumane. Trekking a child across multiple countries just to smuggle him illegally into another country, that is inhumane. Stated another way, our laws are not humane. The enforcement leading to inhumane actions by desperate people, we need to help them at home, not here where the taxpayer is on the hook. For anyone who turns on the news, you can see that the terrible and disheartening situation at the border. So today, the question is asked, why would anyone object to enforcement of our laws? There is significant proof that a zero-tolerance policy for violating our laws is a deterrent for people subjecting themselves to harm by taking a perilous trip to the American southern border. For example, in early 2017, the Department of Homeland Security, Secretary John Kelly, visited the southern border. It was virtually deserted. In June of 2017, a Reuters journalist, Julia Edwards Ainsley, reported on the decreased number of border crossings. She wrote, and I quote, "Last fall, during the waning months of the Obama administration, hundreds of immigrants crossed the river on rafts at this point each day, many willingly handing themselves over to immigration authorities in the hopes of being released into the United States to await court proceedings that would decide their fate." Continuing to quote, "Now the agents look out on an empty landscape. Footpaths up from the water have started to disappear under growing brush, with only the stray baby shoe or toothbrush serving as reminders of that migrant flood. The reason for this change, the agents say, is a perception in Mexico and Central America that President Trump has ended the practice known as catch and release, in which migrants caught in the United States without proper documents were released to live free, often for years, as their cases ran through the court system. Now, would-be border violators know that they'll be detained and turned right back around," said one of the two agents. "It is not worth it anymore." So said Julia Edwards Ainsley in June of 2017. What happened between the Obama years and the first years of the Trump administration when people believe that they will encounter a border wall or that they will be turned away at the border? They simply do not come. Our laws are only effective if they are enforced. And if Congress truly wants to repair our immigration system, we, the members of Congress, are obligated to act. We know this is not the first time in American history that an administration has used a zero-tolerance policy. Over 40 years ago, during the Carter administration, between April 15th to October 31st of 1980, there was a mass immigration of Cubans. They left from Cuba's Mariel Harbor to travel to the United States. We remember this as the Mariel Boat Lift. Because of this immigration, Fidel Castro decided to open his prisons and mental health facilities, sending those Cubans through the states of Florida to the United States. President Carter's administration was left grappling with a Cuban refugee crisis. In a 1997 interview, former Deputy Secretary of State John Bushnell recalled a meeting with President Carter in which he and other key advisors discussed solutions to the Cuban refugee problem. Quoting here, "I remember sitting in that windowless conference room of the National Security Council with the Secretary of State, the Chief of Naval Operations, the Director of the CIA, the head of the Coast Guard, and the head of INS, and several other senior officials debating how to stop this flow of Cubans." The National Security Advisor, Brzezinski, chaired until President Carter came in toward the end of the meeting. Continuing to quote, there was a long discussion on how the Coast Guard and Navy ships might physically stop the Cuban boats either from leaving the United States or returning back with the Cubans in the Mariel boat lift. The Navy and Coast Guard, represented at this meeting by admirals, were concerned. How can we do this, they said. And it was suggested that the boats simply could be stopped, physically prevented from entering the United States without any major loss of life from the passengers. But did suggest ways of maneuvering the boats to block their passage, which struck me as sort of wild. It sounded to me as if they had in mind a picket line of Coast Guard and Navy boats going across the Straits of Florida to stop the movement of these small boats with refugees. This naval discussion went on for a long time, but eventually was inconclusive, perhaps ending quotation, now perhaps wisely so. But from this interview, we understand that President Carter's administration was contemplating how to physically stop Cuban boats from coming to the United States. And then moving forward to the early 1990s, rafts of immigrants from Haiti bound for the United States were intercepted at sea as authorized by policy enacted by President Bush's administration. A young governor from Arkansas used divisive campaign rhetoric as he ran against George H.W. Bush for president. Then Governor Clinton, time and again, spoke of his disagreement with President Bush's zero-tolerance immigration policy. During his campaign, Governor Clinton often maligned President Bush for being cruel in the treatment of Haitian refugees traveling to America via boat. Some feared that he was creating an unrealistic expectation for the Haitian people who were suffering from significant unrest in their country. In the New York Times, an article entitled "Clinton Inspires Hope and Fear in Haiti," a writer, Douglas Farah, wrote, "It was Mr. Clinton who helped create the expectation of an exodus from Haiti when he condemned the Bush administration for a cruel policy of returning Haitian refugees to a brutal dictatorship without an asylum hearing," end quote. We all know from our history that in November of 1992, Governor Clinton won the presidential election. Because of now President-elect Clinton's promises, the people of Haiti anticipated being welcomed into the United States with open arms. The problem is, after securing the White House, President Clinton changed his mind after learning that perhaps the true toll such an exodus would take as people took to the waters in unseaworthy boats. In a Voice of America address on January 14, 1993, a mere week before he took the oath of office, President-elect Clinton walked back his promise. Let me just read some of President-elect Clinton's remarks that he spoke directly to the people of Haiti over the Voice of America. Quoting here, "For Haitians who do seek to leave Haiti, boat departure is a terrible and dangerous choice. I've been deeply concerned by reports that many of you are preparing to travel by boat to the United States. And I fear that boat departures in the near future would result in further tragic loss of life." Continuing to quote, "For this reason, the practice of returning those who flee Haiti by boat will continue for the time being after I become president. Those who do leave Haiti for the United States by boat will be stopped and returned by the United States Coast Guard. To avoid the human tragedy of a boat exodus, I wanted to convey this message directly to the Haitian people. Leaving by boat is not the route to freedom." End quote. Well, as you can imagine, this dramatic change did not go without notice. January 17th, 1993, in the Chicago Tribune, a columnist, Stephen Chapman, wrote, The president-elect has a terrible time making up his mind and keeping it made up. A lot of Haitians are disappointed to find out he's something less than a man of his word, and they're not the only ones. Close quote. So just from these historical moments, we can understand that border security is not a new debate. It's not an easy debate. President Carter, President Clinton, President Obama all learned the same lesson. It is, in fact, inhumane to encourage anyone to attempt a treacherous journey in order to reach America's borders without the proper authorization to enter. There are things we must prioritize to move forward. First, having the understanding that enforcing our laws is, in fact, a humanitarian response. The next step would be security along the southern border. To put it plain and simple, we could finish the wall, which includes having not just the wall, but additional technologies to solve the problem. In order to solve problems within our broken immigration system, the bleeding needs to stop. You can't put a Band-Aid on an arterial wound. You need to stop the bleeding. Congress first needs to address the humanitarian crisis at our southern border. So it was encouraging to hear Secretary Mayorkas announce a reconsideration of filling the gaps in construction on the southern border wall. I recently took a trip down to McAllen, between McAllen and Laredo. You could see areas where the wall was being built. The construction had stopped. The construction equipment was literally abandoned at the side. But I was grateful that Secretary Mayorkas did say that he was reconsidering filling in the gaps in construction in the southern border wall. The problem is the smugglers know where those gaps are. They know how to use them to their advantage. Again, let me say, when it comes to immigration, America is the most generous country in the world. But is it okay for us to allow over 100,000 people a month to enter our country without authorization? Is it all right for us to subject innocent children to a dangerous journey? Sovereign countries must define and defend their borders. I believe that America is a country worth defending. It is heartbreaking that after achieving operational control of the border after many years, it was abandoned. It was abandoned through a series of executive orders that were signed early in this president's administration. And what has happened in its place? Operational control of the border, no longer determined by the United States of America. Operational control of the border is now determined and dictated by cartels. This week, we are considering two immigration bills, the No Ban Act and the Access to Counsel Act. The first will prevent the president from banning anyone from entering the United States. The second essentially provides a lawyer to anyone entering our country unlawfully, thus prolonging the wait times for those who are trying to enter our country through the normal legal process, and that all will be done at the taxpayer's expense. Clearly, these are the wrong solutions at this time. Our priority should be to ensure that every president has the necessary tools to put forward lawful priorities and not prevent them from doing so. We should be focused on policies that will encourage legal immigration rather than just reacting to illegal immigration. It is important that we reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy, also known as the Migrant Protection Protocol. We know this program helped limit fraudulent asylum claims from those who thought they would be able to just walk into the United States and instead had to wait their turn for a hearing while remaining in Mexico. It is not a good idea to allow lawbreakers to jump in front of those who are here lawfully. We are still in the middle of a pandemic. Now, thankfully, the Biden administration has kept the Trump administration's CDC Title 42 authority in place, except for people younger than 17 years of age. We are on the verge of ending the pandemic, but we must ensure that we're doing everything we can to prevent additional spread of this coronavirus. Something that would aid in doing that is requiring a negative coronavirus test before someone is released into this country. What happened when, under an executive order, the Title 42 restrictions were lifted for those under 17? A lot more people under age 17 started coming across. The problem is each of those individuals will eventually be placed with a family, and by not testing for coronavirus, we are risking placing individuals who are infected with the virus with families throughout the country. So during consideration of the reconciliation bill, the one that was supposed to crush the coronavirus, I offered a motion to instruct at the Budget Committee and an amendment at the Rules Committee to provide for COVID testing for all arriving at our southern border. This was rejected in the Budget Committee, and the Rules Committee would not make it in order to have a floor vote on that amendment. Now, once migrants are in our federal custody, we do have a responsibility that they receive appropriate and compassionate care. Under the jurisdiction of the Energy and Commerce Subcommittee on Health, we've conducted oversight on the Department of Health and Human Services and the Office of Refugee Resettlement. And since 2014, I've made multiple trips to the border and multiple trips to ORR facilities. In the last few weeks, I visited an Office of Refugee Resettlement shelter in Carrizo Springs, in McAllen, and the Convention Center in downtown Dallas. During my visit to Carrizo Springs, since my visit to the Carrizo Springs facility, it has been doubled in size. Because there are so few beds at ORR shelters along the border, there has been a need to expand further, which is why I visited the Kay Bailey Hutchison Convention Center in Dallas. It was startling to see those 2,400 cots lined up, each to allow a 13 to 17-year-old boy a place to sleep at night. They were so close together, any restaurant that tried to open right now with tables placed that close together would be shut down by the public health authorities. And yet here, we were, in fact, not just condoning it, we were facilitating it. Look, the bottom line is this is not a capacity problem, it's a commitment problem. And we are, unfortunately, on a path to repeat history. Many of us here know the work done by the Energy and Commerce Subcommittee on Health in 2014. That work led to the unaccompanied minors receiving better health screenings and better health care. When I visited shelters in 2014, the children did not have access to a doctor. They were not receiving any type of health screening. Today, they have access to a full range of medical and mental health resources, and children are being screened for communicable diseases. Children are being given vaccinations for the usual childhood diseases prior to their release to sponsors in this country. It makes sense to do that. This protects American communities, this protects American schools, where these children will eventually be enrolled. Today, when a child is released from an ORR facility, they have a phone number to contact the Department of Health and Human Services after they leave their shelter, and they will also receive a wellness check 30 days after their release to a sponsor. In 2014, it wasn't that way. Children were not given any means of contact after they left federal custody, and no follow-up was conducted. And unfortunately, you know what's going to happen in that situation. Some children will not be placed with a competent caregiver, and they can fall victim to trafficking or abuse. Now, because of members of the subcommittee and members of the full Committee on Energy and Commerce, if children need help once they leave the shelter, they do have a lifeline. These are helpful resources for those who are entrusted to federal care. My primary goal is to secure the border and to prevent unaccompanied minors from crossing the United States without benefit of citizenship in the first place. But while it is happening, we must do our best to ensure that they are safe after they arrive. I understand the care of children is a huge balancing act. Once they are in our care, it becomes our responsibility, and we must ensure that those traveling with them are not using them to game our immigration system. It is simply wrong and potentially harmful to the child not to check that the adult with which they are traveling is in fact related or their legal guardian. Ultimately, we will have to put an end to this crisis. From our experiences, both recent and throughout history, we know that our rhetoric matters. The message must be clear. Do not cross the border unlawfully. For years, presidents, senators, representatives have promised to end catch and release and restore order on the southern border. The human traffickers, the coyotes in Central America, use our words spoken here in Washington, D.C. They use our words to prey on the disadvantaged in Central American countries, to entice families into putting their children on the top of a freight train to travel through the Mexican desert. And they do that by putting a price on the head of each child. They use our words to subject children to the violence of cartels, or worse, children who may not arrive in the United States after beginning that journey. When we say or even suggest that children could receive amnesty at the border, we put innocent lives at risk. Our words turn these children into literal game pieces. We can be compassionate and we can provide a secure border at the same time. The two concepts are not mutually exclusive. In 1980, as former Deputy Secretary of State Bushnell recalled, Congress appropriated over $400 million to assist holding and settling Cuban refugees in the United States. And reflecting on that time later, former Deputy Secretary Bushnell said, quote, "I use this appropriation as a key example of why foreign aid through the Caribbean Group was a good investment. It was much better to help our neighbors build a good economic future for themselves at home than to have a flood of desperate refugees which would cost more money to settle." End quote. I think today it would be wise to consider Secretary Bushnell's reasoning. Perhaps Congress could heed my recommendation to address how we send foreign aid to countries such as El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, and Mexico. Should it be tied to the care that their children receive? Here's the deal. Why should we reward countries whose children are fleeing for their safety to our country? Certainly, it is something worth consideration. It is simply irresponsible. It is inhumane for the American government to incentivize anyone to subject themselves or their children to that perilous journey on our border. It was a lesson that President Clinton learned. It was a lesson that President Carter learned. It's a lesson that President Obama learned. And I do fear it's a lesson that this president will learn. We know the solution. We do know what works. Simply put, enforcement of the Title 42 protections for all age groups, not accepting those younger than 17, except enforcement of Title 42, the CDC requirement that during a pandemic we restrict travel across the border, reinstitution of the asylum cooperative agreements with Central American countries. At great negotiation skill, these cooperative agreements were established, but unfortunately, they've recently been abandoned. They could be reconsidered. They could be reestablished. We are going to have agreements with the countries of origin around asylum if we are going to be able to solve the problem. The Remain in Mexico, the Migrant Protection Protocol, was successful. It did help in the assessment of the Asylum Cooperative Agreement. This could be reinstituted, and it's probably time that it was. In fact, it's past time to end a broken and inhumane pattern. It's past time to stop demonizing those who we ask to enforce our laws. It's past time to understand that non-enforcement of our laws does lead to inhumane actions. It is up to Congress. We're the legislative branch. We are the ones under the Constitution who are responsible for providing this security at our border. What is so critically important is that we must do it sooner rather than later. With that, I will yield back the balance of my time.
That's all we have?
Yep. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate and noon for legislative business.